Wake up! Wake up, wake up, wake up!
Good morning, Vietnam!
Hello there.
What's happening?
I feel the need for speed. Ow! Warrior, come to play.
Here's Johnny.
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another Cinemateq live stream. This one is from today, April 26th, 2022. Thank you so much for joining me very early on, and hello to anyone who's watching this live stream on replay later on. You are just as important to me as the people who are here right now. And it looks like that person also includes Alexis and Dory. Alexis saying, hello TJ, what a game between Real versus City. I only caught the second half of it because I was out watching Sonic 2 today. But yeah, the part of the game that I saw was pretty good, very high scoring. Makes me feel, I don't know, I want Real to win because I want, as a Liverpool fan, I want revenge for when they beat us in the Champions League a few years back. And we've already beaten Man City once this year, so, you know, what fun is it going to be to do it again? And we got Dory here saying, hello, hey TJ, hello Dory, good to see you here. Go Real, says Alexis. Yeah, in that specific context, I agree. But as soon as Real gets past Man City, it's fuck Real. Paul, hello to you as well. And I guess it's about time that we get this going in the traditional way that we always do, which is by playing a game of Framed and seeing how well I can do. So I'm going to minimize chat, and I am going to move over here, and we are going to have ourselves a game of Frame. But first I got to set it up, because I turn these into videos, which you all can watch later. So let's do a little sync. Wait, that wasn't great. Ooh, that was a better one. All right. All right, so I'm just going to do a quick little intro, and then we're getting into it. I've seen things you people wouldn't believe, and I hope they can help me win Frame today. I've seen things you people wouldn't believe, and I hope those things can help me win Frame today. Just doing a little bit of a Blade Runner reference, you know, for fun. All right, let's see what we got. Actually, I might do one more. Those weren't the greatest. I've seen things you people wouldn't believe, and I hope they can help me win Frame today. All right, that's fine. What do we got? Oh, wait. This is... Oh, I immediately went to Children of Men just because it looks like a dystopian type thing. Although now that I'm looking at it, it's probably A Quiet Place, right? Because this is in like the New England type area. This looks like a small town in America. There's blood everywhere. I know that there's like a chase scene that happens at the beginning of A Quiet Place Part 2 that takes place in a small American town, so I'm thinking this is probably A Quiet Place. Let's try A Quiet Place and see how we do. A Quiet Place. Ha 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 ha! Nailed it! Oh boy! Don't you just love to see that? I'm going to open up chat just so quick to see who else got there just as I did. And it looks like not a lot of other people. Let me go back to here so I can see everyone. Hello, Shin Queen. Hello. Dory saying you're too good. Paul saying incredible. God, you guys are you're too nice to me. You're too nice to me. That was a good one, though. That was a good one. I'm actually kind of surprised I was able to just pull that off, if I'm being totally honest. Let's look at some of these other ones. Like, I think I would have gotten it here as well. Like, if I had messed up this one, I would have gotten it here because of the empty convenience store. That one's pretty obvious as well, with the different farms all around that form that, like, small community, even though people, like, start dying. This one, of course, would have really given it away. And what else do we got here? Yep, would have recognized the daughter. And then, yeah, our two main characters are right there. Apparently, Brent is in awe of my greatness. Thank you. Thank you, Brent, as you should be. You've known me the longest, so you should be Actually, yeah, because you have known me the longest. It's even more impressive that you're in awe because you already knew how great I was. Paul is impressed. Tim is here. Hello, Tim. Good to see you. Glad to have you along for another live stream. Yeah, I'm pretty impressed with myself on this one, I gotta say. Whew, doing all right. Okay, so let's kick this back over to... Actually, no. So this is what we're going to do. I see that Don isn't here yet, so we're actually going to save Wordle until he shows up. But we're going to pretend... We're going to pretend that we actually did it, and then we're going to surprise him. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm doing that today, but I feel like doing that today. Brianna's here as well, saying, well done, sir. Thank you very much, Brianna. We are still going to do Actoral right off the bat, though, and see what we can get out of this. So what is the highest rated film here? An 8.4? Ooh, a 9? A 9 on IMDb from 1993, and it's not The Shawshank Redemption. It's not Pulp Fiction. Pulp Fiction was 1994. This right here is the key. Like, what was one of the best American films of the 90s? Because you know this is an American film, right? Like, what's the best American film that came out in the 90s, specifically from 1993? It's not Forrest Gump. I wish it was Red Dawn, but it's not. I think Actoral is the best of three, to be honest. It's the one that requires the most investigation and thought. I already forgot who this was. Oh, true. Jurassic Park. Oh, you know what? I mean, Jurassic Park is not a biography film. But then again, maybe it is. Is it a history film? Kinda. Brianna's saying Unforgiven. No, this is two words right here. The one I'm looking at right there. It's about the T-Rex. All right. We'll try Laura Dern and see what we get. Unfortunately, it's not Laura Dern, and the right answer is less than 55 years old by 10 years. So the person is 45 years old but had movies coming out in 1981. Is that correct? Wait, I'm that age, so if that person is 9 years older than me, then they would have to be... Wait, what year would they have to be born? No, it's the other way around. Oh, 55 years is 10 years less than, so someone who's 65. Right, at least 65. Okay. Junk knows who it is. Your guess is less than the target. Right. Okay, so what was... Man, you know, it's probably throwing me off as this is not like an American film. The other big ones here, what was oh wait. Yo, I bet this is Michael Caine. Because this right here, 2012 at an 8.4 is The Dark Knight Rises. So I think it's Michael Caine. No. Okay. So 89 years. So then who is in both Batman Begins and The Dark Knight Rises? Liam Neeson? I'm trying to think, like, what Christian Bale film, like, what Christian Bale film was there from 1981? Right? Oh, Gary Oldman. That's true. I think that's probably a better guess. Not quite. Alexis apparently knows it. All right, I guess we just need to pick people who are in all of these ones. Let's try him. Nope, it's not Christian Bale. Morgan Freeman? No, he's too old for this. Right? (1993) 9 out of 10. Batman Begins. I know, this is the one that's throwing me off. I guess Liam Neeson? I just don't know what that... Oh, shit. I didn't mean to click on William Daniels. Fuck me. I always do this to myself. Liam Neeson. There we go. Oh, Schindler's List. God damn it. Of course. Of course. Of course it's Schindler's List. Biography, drama, history? Yeah. Yeah. That should have come to me a bit sooner. Although, gotta say, not bad getting Dark Knight Rises, right? Right? Not bad. Led us down the right path. Movies I saw today. Dory, these are just the movies you saw today? Goodness me. Fabian Going to the Dogs, The Memory of a Killer, Romeo and Juliet, and The Courier. Look at Silence. Silence is the... that's the one with Andrew Garfield, right? And Adam Driver? That is a lot of movies in one day. I only saw... I really need to watch this movie, eh? Let me flip over to the other internet view and... Did The Courier deliver? Boo! Boo this man! Let's see here. Let's look at the chat box so I can get this all lined up. Has everyone booed Brent yet? The Northman is currently my favorite film of the decade so far. What's yours, may I ask? Of the decade? like, I mean, when you say of the decade, you kind of just mean the last couple of years, right? Like from 2020 onward. So like my favorite film of the last 3 years. It's, I guess Parasite's still 2019, isn't it? So that wouldn't count. My favorite film of the last 3 years. I don't even know, man. Oh, Don, I'm so sorry. We have already done Wordle. You were not here on time once again, and you only have yourself and probably Judi Dench to blame for this. Maybe it's part of the Postman and Premium Rush Cinematic Universe. Yo, put both of those films in the same universe. That'd be pretty sick. Dead Ringers was the best. After, it's The Beyond. Yeah, I'm glad, Alexis, that you've come around to the fact that Dead Ringers is the best Canadian film of all time, because I'm pretty sure that it is. By the way, Don, I was fooling you. We haven't done Wordle yet. Gotcha. I was actually planning on leaving Wordle until you showed up like 3 hours from now, and then I was going to roast you for it, but now I just decided that since you showed up, we're going to do it. Liam Neeson's Silence is a remake of a Japanese film called Silence, directed by Masashiro Shinoda. Yo, Masashiro Shinoda, if you will just grant me a moment to talk about that particular director. He directed one, if I'm remembering the right person, and I think I am, directed one of my favorite samurai films. I just need to find it. There we go. Samurai Spy. This one is on the Criterion Collection, so you can see it. Don, don't leave. We're about to do Wordle, you freak. What are you doing? This one is, I saw this on the Criterion Collection. I just bought it randomly one day because it sounded cool. And I think maybe one of the reasons I liked it so much is that I accidentally had the contrast on my TV turned up way too high when I watched it. So I was like, yo, this thing is like super black and white. Like, this is a very, very black and white movie. But it's a little bit of a complicated narrative. It's basically about, like warring factions in ancient Japan, using samurais to spy on people and like all this kind of stuff. It's right there in the name. And there's a lot of cool shots in it. It is a confusing narrative. Like, I'm not going to shy away from that. You will probably watch it once and say to yourself, I have no idea what just happened. But that's okay, because it's fun. It's fun. All right, back to Wordle. What's some spy craft stuff we can put in here that's 5 things? Clock? That's a terrible one to pick. I'm gonna go with row 8. I'm sure spy's row 8, right? Eat. No, there's no way. Knife? Yo. I mean, I already know the E's on the wrong place. Ooh, but we got the I, though. T-I-E, no. M-O-L. What letters does CJ feel like using today? Moles? Hey, that's a word. Cool. Oh, there's an S as well. So then it's S-T-I-E. My Wordle starters are irate and sound. I almost always use row 8. I just like getting the R and the T and then like 3 vowels out of the way. It's usually always a hit. This is a German word. No, it's not. It's definitely not. Is it S-E-I? It could also be T-E-I... T-E-I... No, I think it's the S-T. I think the S-T is right. S-T-I... I've already tried the L. What else can I throw in here? Just for funsies. Just for funsies. S-T-I... no, that's not a word. Taser for life. I like to use adieu. That's a good one. Oh yeah, you get 4 vowels with that one, Brianna. It's not bad. Although the D is like not a very useful letter, but maybe it works sometimes. I don't know. For all I know, there could be a there could be an E in here somewhere. Stide? Oh, son of a bitch. Okay, that kind of throws a wrench into my plans. So then T is probably the starting letter, unless it's the last letter. I've never found the D to be useful. Oh, the things you accidentally say on the internet. T... Good job. Thank you. I can't concentrate anymore. Exist? There's no way it's exist. I mean, I guess it could be exist. All right, Don. Since it is your special day, we'll try exist. It's not exist. Hey, but we got the IST right. Which then means that the E is in the second position, so it's probably resist? No. It's something E-I-S-T, so it's not a W, it's not a Y. P, no. Heist? Bang. No need for a hit, Brent. And I got that before Paul put it in. And Alexis. I did that one all on my own. Except for when Don told me to do exist. Which did help. I will say that did help. Alright, let's clear these things off the board here. Let me go back up to some of these things that were going on in chat. Oh yeah, Penny, you asked me what is my favorite film of the decade so far from this particular decade. I don't really... Let me just go to Letterboxd here. Let me see if I can jog my own memory. From the decade of this decade, and then I'll just sort it by average rating, highest first. So some of the things listed here are Everything Everywhere, The Father, Bo Burnham's Inside, Come On, Minari, The Northman, The Rescue. The Rescue's really high up. I don't know if I would say that. Shiva Baby's really high up. Never, Rarely, Sometimes, Always is pretty great. Mitch Throws Some Machines is pretty great. You know, it's looking through all of these, I don't think I have a clear number one from this decade right now. I don't think I would be able to like just definitively point at one and say, that's it. That's the one. If we're talking about last decade, then it's obviously Portrait of a Lady on Fire. But beyond that, I don't really know. Also, wait a minute. Are you kidding me? Salome is higher rated than The Night House? Get the hell out of here, internet. What in the good goddamn are you thinking? I feel like The Old Guard doesn't get enough credit. Is The Old Guard good? I totally did not watch that at all when it was out on Netflix. And when I had Netflix, no idea what's up with that or if it's any good. It has Chris Evans. It also has Charlize Theron, right? And so like that's a positive. That's a positive in my mind. Knives Out and Parasite is 2019. Yeah, those don't count for this. Although I don't even know if I would point to either of those as like my favorite film of the decade either. I also love how like the bottom two for films in this decade that I've seen are Brazen and Morbius. Like literally two of the worst films I've seen in the last like little while. Also The Unholy is down here, but that has James Dean Morgan in it, so I don't know if that is as bad as it is. Also, yeah, it's kind of fascinating. And maybe I'll take this over here so you guys can kind of see what I'm looking at. I'll blow it up as well too. It's a bit easier to see. But like sometimes it's at the bottom of the barrel that you find some of the most interesting movies. So like Brazen and Morbius, bad, right? Like, just bad. Those are bad movies. No one's going to say any differently. The Unholy is one that I have trouble actually commenting on because it is a James Dean Morgan film, as I said, and I really love him as an actor, even when he's in not very good movies. Dangerous Lies is not very good. Dear Evan Hansen is not very good. Lost Girls in Love Hotels, though. This is a film starring Alexandria Daddario. She plays a woman in Japan who's like having a tough time coming to terms with the culture that she's in. She finds a sort of small group of expats as well. She falls in love with a handsome Yakuza man, and you know, it's not so bad. It's not so bad. I was not angry that I ended up watching that film, mostly because it's a very pretty film. It's a very, very, very pretty film. Alexandria Daddario is actually in a good movie. I mean, I wouldn't go so far as to call it a good movie, but maybe I just did call it a good movie. I don't know. But I will say that for where this is down here at the bottom and like some of the other films that surrounds it, I think it's punching a little bit higher than that. And I think that it kind of plays into Daddario's like acting strengths better than some of the other films that she has done. I also kind of liked her in that movie where she's like a secret, like she's like a heavy metal person, and she like meets dudes at concerts to like murder them or something. I forget the name of it, but yeah, we'll see about that. Josephine saying, late to the stream, thoughts on The Conjuring? We haven't talked about it yet. Right now, someone, I can't remember who it was, but someone asked me what my favorite film of this decade is, and now this has got me talking about films that are sort of in the bottom of what I've seen. The rhythm section, I don't even remember. Scoob, I think this one's a little bit unfair. I think that could probably be a little bit higher. I enjoyed Scoob when I saw it. Yakuza Princess should be bottom 3. That is just a bad film. And this is another one here that I'm kind of annoyed by. The Postcard Killings. Once again, another Jeffrey Dean Morgan film. I think I've been calling him James Dean Morgan, and I apologize for that. But this one is like low-key kind of good. Like, it's got Jeffrey Dean Morgan in... it's got Jeffrey Dean Morgan playing a kind of, I guess he's a veteran New York City police detective, but he's like in Europe trying to track down a serial killer. And the director, I think you may recognize, has done some, like this is his first English language film. And so like Death in Sarajevo, I believe, is a fairly well-received film. Like, he's done a lot of stuff in Europe before this that has been pretty well received. He's from Bosnia, as it says right here. And so this one actually has a bit of style and a bit of pizzazz that you won't necessarily get in like a straightforward serial killer film. And it actually kind of reminded me of those sort of 90s serial killer films that try to go a little bit heavy on the MTV aesthetic, but this doesn't suffer from having the same kind of like super quick cutting, at least for most of the film, as far as I remember. Brent saying, Dan, you recommended I watch Rhythm Section and now you can't remember it. I mean, I thought it was a film that you would like. That doesn't necessarily mean that I would generally recommend it. Today I watched The Far Country, a Western starring Jimmy Stewart and Walter Brennan, directed by Anthony Mann. It was great. I don't think I've seen that one. You must not watch Spencer Confidential because that would have been towards the bottom. I have not seen Spencer Confidential, no. But then also, like, just to sort of close this out, like, there are a lot of films here who do deserve to be at the bottom. Peninsula's not that great. Halloween Kills is pretty bad. Mortal Kombat's pretty bad. Red Notice, I mean, I have a soft spot for treasure map movies, so whatever. Reminiscence, I think, will be remembered more fondly as time goes on. I think its reputation will increase over time. Woman in the Window is not very good. But yeah, it's at the top, right? Like, which of these do I think is the best film of the decade if I had to pick one? It's tough. It's a tough one. It's a very, very tough one. I'm kind of tempted to go with something like Compartment Number 6, honestly. Although I don't know. Red Rocket is also very good. And Pig is very good. There's a lot of very good movies here. I can't really do it. I can't pick a favorite. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. No Love for San Andreas? No. I mean, it's a fun movie, but it's not great. Oh yeah, Don, by the way, you asked me up here, can you review Dear Evan Hansen, please? I have. There's a video on this channel where I review Dear Evan Hansen, and I take it very seriously, and I get very mad by the end. The Grand Budapest Hotel is my favorite of the 2010s. Right on. My favorite movie of the 2020s is Quo Vadis Ada. Yeah, that one's right there. It's pretty good. Can you watch the Far Country trailer today? Yeah, sure, I can cue that up. We'll do that a bit later after we're done. Oh, wait, no, I don't want that. What the hell? What is it called? The Far Country trailer. I hope there's like an original trailer for it as well, because like 1940s, 1950s trailers are pretty funny, to be totally honest with you. Yeah, looks like we got a few there. Cool. So let's go back to here. Let's see what other people are saying in the chat. But House of Gucci film of the decade? Oh, absolutely. And all of the best performances of the decade, too, are in that film. Not. Wayne's World. Got him. If you like Demon Slayer Mugen Train, you'll probably like Jujutsu Kaisen 0. It's still playing in theaters where I am. I could have seen that today, actually, instead of Sonic 2. Maybe I will. Although I'm just not sure about... And maybe, Junk, maybe you can answer this for me. So, Jujutsu Kaisen 0, is it like a film that is like an in-between story between like two seasons of an anime, or is it a standalone film? I must know this, because when I watched Demon Slayer Mugen Train for the Cinemateq Film Awards, because I wanted to watch every film, I knew a tiny little bit about Demon Slayer, so I wasn't totally lost. And it's like a typical shonen anime, so it's like, oh yeah, person who needs to get revenge slowly gets stronger and stronger and shit like this, right? Okay, you're saying here it's a prequel film to the anime, but you don't need to watch the show to understand the movie. That's good. All right, I'll probably try to check it out. I'm also kind of pissed because the anime film that I've been most excited for this year, the Cinephile one, like Pompeo the Cinephile, it's only playing for like one day in my city, and then it's just out of theaters, and I can't go see it because it's Thursday, which is a streaming day, and they're only doing a 7 p.m. screening. It's bullshit. Hopefully it's like getting a full release, like it'll be here on the weekend as well, but if it's only the one day, I'm going to be not very impressed. And there's another anime film that's premiering like today, but I wasn't able to see that either, and I was kind of mad because it looked kind of cool. I don't even remember what the name of it was. I can find that out very quickly, though. Gotta have love for the anime films, you know what I'm saying? Popel of Chimney Town. Looks like it could be fun. Haven't seen a trailer for it. And yeah, they got Pompo the Cinephile here as well. That one looks sick. How about you just reschedule the live stream for just 1 week, or live stream at like 4 p.m.? I've thought about that. And I only want to do that on like very rare occasions. Like I know in May I'm gonna have to do a Sunday one earlier in the day because tickets for a concert that I purchased last year, that concert's been rescheduled for the Sunday evening. But it's just I gotta keep things consistent, right? Because then I start losing members of the audience, or maybe they don't know or didn't hear that the live streams being moved that day. So for the times when I do need to do it, it has to be very rare and very much like put forward, right? Like I gotta let everybody know that weeks and weeks and weeks in advance. Maybe I should even start doing that for the next one. Oh, that's weeks and weeks away. It's too soon. I wanted to see Belfast, but I assumed it would be depressing, although I just looked up and saw that Van Morrison did the music. Yeah, Van Morrison did a lot of the songs in that one. Honestly, I think Belfast you can not watch. I'm not impressed by it. And Alexis is right. Every live stream people will talk about Belfast. It's just the way that things go. The more that you put out into the universe that you don't like something, the more people will want to discuss it. An anime film I recommend is A Silent Voice. You're not the first person to recommend that to me, Josephine. I've been meaning to see it, but I just haven't gotten around to it. I'll probably go see Pumpo on Thursday. I'll let the Discord know my thoughts. Thank you very much, Junk. I appreciate that. By the way, get in the Discord. Link in the description. Wink. Dory it deserved the makeup nomination, but my goodness, Gucci was painful. I'm glad the Gaga didn't get the acting nomination. Yeah, true. True. Oh, and Dory here saying that Pupel of Chimney Town was amazing. Maybe we'll watch a trailer for... Actually, no, that'll be for the weekend movie preview. What am I talking about? Get your head in the game, TJ. That'll be the Thursday live stream. No duh. All right. So, let us move on to talking about the Khan jury, the Kane's jury, the jury of all juries. Who do we have going to Khan as part of the jury? Let's see. This is from The Hollywood Reporter. The Cannes names 2022 competition jury, and Vincent Lindon is your jury president. There's a photo of him there. You probably recognize him from his most recent role as the fire chief in Titan, who was totally roided out and couldn't do a pull-up to save his life. Also on the jury are actors Rebecca Hall, Nomi Rapace, Deepica Padukone, and directors Ashghar Farhadi, Jeff Nichols, and Joachim Trier will also sit on this year's competition jury. So, is that everyone? Did they get every single person? Let's just go through this to make sure that we get it all. So, French actor Vincent Lindon, co-star of the Palme d'Or winning Titan, will be the president of the jury. Joining him will be Rebecca Hall, who we mentioned. Danish-born Bollywood star Deepica Padukone. Sweden's Naomi Rapace. Italian actress-director Jasmine Trinca, who directed The Gunman. I don't think I've seen that. As well as directors Ashghar Farhadi, Lajli, who directed Les Miserables. That's awesome. Not the musical, but like the Les Miserables from a little while ago. That's interesting. I'll have to double check that. Jeff Nichols, who directed Take Shelter, and Joachim Trier for The Worst Person in the World. Ashghar Farhadi isn't the Iranian director who just got accused of plagiarism, is it? That's not the same guy, right? I think it is, though. Yeah. It is the Iranian director who was accused of plagiarism. That's interesting. That's an interesting selection. I wonder if the jury was done before he was accused of plagiarism and found guilty of plagiarism. That's an interesting one to have in there. It's also nice to see Lajli in there for Les Miserables. For anyone who hasn't seen it, the Les Miserables that came out a couple of years ago about a police squad in a poor district of Paris. It's quite good. I really enjoyed that film when I saw it. It is interesting though, and I mean, you know that I was probably going to bring this up. Although now that I'm looking at it, the gender disparity here is actually not as bad. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I mean, Vincent Lindon, if you take him out of the equation, then it's a 4-4 split between genders. So good job, Khan. Good job. What was Brianna here saying about? I'll be the asshole and say you can just pronounce it as can. That's the French pronunciation. Is it? It's not Khan? I kind of just really like saying Khan because it's what William Shatner says in Star Trek 2. All right, I'll say Cannes. The Cannes Film Festival. It's going to take me a little while to get used to. So, among the highlights in Cannes competition this year, this just goes through what we already know. So this is something that we were talking about recently. I think even on the last live stream, is what does this jury tell us about which films about which films have the best shot at winning the Palme d'Or and Un Certain Regard and all of the other awards at the festival. So, and I see Nick saying Khan. I appreciate that. Still one of the greatest moments in all of cinematic history, without a doubt in my mind. So, what does this jury tell us about who has a chance? And I guess it depends on how much you want to draw like certain things just based on like where these people are from and what sort of jobs they tend to have. Also, Josephine here pointing out it's pretty sick how we have an Indian Bollywood actress on the jury. I always wanted that. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Are there any Indian films in competition this year? I don't think so. Cannes 2022. No, not Festival to Cannes. There we go. Main competition. Oh, wait. The independent juries. International Critics Week. Oh, we also have these ones as well. Kothar Ben Hanna, a Tunisian director and screenwriter. Benoit Deby, a Belgian cinematographer. Benedict Erlingson, an Icelandic director. Han Moon Young, a Korean film critic and director of the Busan International Film Festival. And Ariane Lebed, French-Greek actress. Cool. Are there any Indian films in competition? No. And also, is Crimes of the Future considered a Canadian film? Okay, good. I was thinking about this the other day, and I was like, man, it's so stupid how there's no Canadian films in competition this year. Again. And then it's like, oh, wait, no, there's a David Cronenberg film. So, yeah, that counts as Canada. It counts as Canada. And we're the #1 listed film as well, although, oh yeah, and they're not doing alphabetical, so obviously we're the most important film for Crimes of the Future. Booyah. Ever seen Monsoon Wedding, directed by Myra Nair? It's great. Haven't seen it in a long time. I have not. Nick asking, plagiarism guy is on the Cannes jury. The Cane jury? The Cannes jury? Cannes jury. Lord, that is so strange. I know, and I honestly don't know if this is some kind of like political statement by Cannes, like if they're trying to just be like, we support this director and therefore he's on the jury, or if he had already agreed to be on the jury before that whole controversy happened. And as we know from things that Cannes has done in the past, they don't really give a shit about, you know, having controversial figures be part of their festival. Unless they're Russians, apparently, for this year particularly. So yeah, it's wild. Ariane Lebed is married to Yorgos Lanthimos. They are a sexy couple. Really? Okay, I can see it. Wait, what has she been in? I feel like I recognize her. Oh, yeah. She's in the Souvenir films. Yes. She plays she plays the friend. Oh, she's in The Lobster too. Wait, isn't that a Lanthimos film? Hey, making connections all over the place. Booyah. Got to go to my school's fishing trip today, and I'm very glad I went. Your school does fishing trips? I guess that is kind of dependent on where you're from, right? Like I remember, you know, I went to a rural Canadian school, and we took trips to the ice rink and skated. For some reason. So yeah, that's cool. Did you catch any fish? Did you throw them back? I hope so. So let's go back here. Yeah, I don't think there's... I don't know. Is there anything more to be gained here by looking at this and like who we think some of these jury members might be interested in voting for? I don't want to just make it a kind of like, oh, they're from France, therefore they're going to vote for the French movies. Or like Joachim Trier is Norwegian, right? So would he vote for a Norwegian film? There isn't a Norwegian film, so I guess that's not really an issue. Rebecca Hall is from the UK, so does that mean she votes for Triangle of Sadness because the UK co-produced? Probably not. It's the weird thing with the co-productions, right? It kind of takes away any sort of sense of like, oh, I'm from this place as well, so I need to vote for it. So yeah, I'm honestly interested to see what they vote for, but also, is there anything to draw from this? I don't know. Maybe Triangle of Sadness, because it hits most judges' regions. Interesting. Directors and men tend to go for vision, while women tend to go for emotion. Josephine, what are you basing that off of? Is there like for more recent Cannes juries, do we know who voted what way? Because I think, like, speaking as myself, as a man, and also formerly a director and technically a screenwriter, and an editor sometimes, I sometimes go for the films that hit me in the feels more than the vision, because I'm such an emotional rock that if a film can move me, then I'm very impressed by that. I was speaking out of my ass. That's what Ann Thompson from IndieWire said. Okay, fair enough. There's a list on Wikipedia on all the film juries. Yeah, I'm just more interested, like, you know, if there was a history of voting for all of the independent members of the jury, but I don't think there is. Sadly, no fish were caught, but caught pretty sure it was cold, so the fish didn't get the bait, or they were scared. Well, you know, fish are gonna do what fish are gonna do. I grew up in Cole Harbour, Nova Scotia, and even I didn't have fishing trips. I wish I did. Well, that's because Nova Scotia is always so cold. Nick, did the water freeze? Did the water ever unfreeze? Ha ha ha! Just kidding. As an emotional rock, TJ, what was the last movie that moved you? I guess Everything Everywhere got me in the feels a little bit. I've never cried during a film, though. So when I'm talking about being emotionally moved by a film, I'm really just talking about, you know, like a gut-wrenching feeling, or, you know, a general feeling of sadness as well, but just not crying. I don't go in on that. Ever. Never, ever has a movie made me cry. Passion of the Christ got me probably the closest, which is a weird thing for an atheist to say. I will fully admit to that. But yeah, that one probably got me the closest. And I think there have been a couple of others more recently. I think my hard emotional shell is being slowly broken down by how fucked everything is. So yeah. Wow, I have no problem crying in movies. Yeah, I don't know what it is with me. I don't know what it is, but it's just never something that I do, that I've done. A monster, I might just be a sociopath, I don't know. A Monster Calls had everyone crying in the theater when I saw it. A Monster Calls. I clearly wasn't in the theater with you, because I would have been stone-faced and feeling uncomfortable because everyone around me is not crying, or everyone around me is crying and I'm not. I recognize the poster for this film, but I do not recall ever seeing it. Oh, Sigourney Weaver's in it. Hey, Liam Neeson too. Felicity Jones. Man, that's not a bad cast. Right on. Everything Everywhere legit made me cry at the end, and who would have guessed a movie with hot dog fingers would have done that? Exactly. I cried at both Frozen movies. Don't judge me. I don't judge anyone for crying in movies, man. If you can be like that emotionally moved by a film, then that's awesome. I wish I was wired that way. I'm just not. TJ, so far 2022 movies are pretty damn good. Yeah, it's because we haven't been run over by like just all of the bullshit we're going to be getting in the summer months. My brother cried during Worst Person in the World when we saw it at NYFF. That's a good movie to cry to. I think that one probably moved me a little bit, but not a lot. Caleb's here in the chat. Hello, Caleb. I don't recall seeing you in the chat before, so welcome to the live stream. Welcome to Cinemateq. Hope you are already subscribed to the channel, and if you're not, then you should. That'd be great. And also just a general reminder to everyone here, please like the live stream if you haven't already. It helps us get seen by the algorithm, and that's what we're always trying to do. Are you a fan of Bill Forsyth? Asks potential newcomer Caleb. You may have actually been here a long time ago, and I just have forgotten about you, and I apologize for that. Bill Forsyth. William Forsyth. I know this name. Is a Scottish film director known for his films Gregory Girl, Local Hero, and Comfort and Joy, as well as the adaptation of Housekeeping. What? I've seen his films before. Why do I know this man's name? I don't think I've seen any of these. Josephine's saying that they love Local Hero and Gregory's Girl. That's sick. That's cool. Brianna also saying Local Hero is so good. Well, I feel silly now for having not seen it. Has Burt Lancaster in it? No. But William Forsythe, like that's a name, right? Like I just recognize that name. Is there a different William Forsythe who I might be confusing him with? Oh, obviously it's Bill Forsythe, the Australian diplomat that I'm thinking of, because I keep a very close eye on Australian politics. A very close eye. William Forsythe dissimulation. Yeah. I'm thinking of the painter? Oh, wait, there's a Canadian politician named William Forsythe. Is that who I'm thinking of? Who is this person? Nope. He's oh, I'm probably thinking of John Forsythe. Yeah, that's probably right. I definitely cried when my kid had to get on her bus. Oh, I didn't know you had a kid. Right on. William Forsythe is an American actor. Ooh, maybe I'm thinking of that one. Oh, it's spelled differently. Yeah, this is who I'm thinking of. Yep. I mean, that's a terrible picture of William Forsythe, but yeah, he's been in a lot of stuff. Okay. Tim saying he's here with the All Good People right now. Thank you very much, Tim. Good to have you here. Josephine, talking about Wicked getting cut up into 2 parts. Yeah, we're going to be talking about that a little later in the podcast. I almost called it a podcast. It's the live stream, gosh darn it. Look at my last post before that. Wait, what? My school's been doing a fishing trip for special needs kids and has been doing that for 45 years. Wow. That's pretty cool. You are a high school senior. Okay. He was in Dick Tracy. Should I watch that? Is it good? I honestly don't know if Dick Tracy's good. I saw it a long ass time ago. Like probably on VHS just after it came out. But he's a good actor. Like he is a good actor. He's done more character work. He was in Raising Arizona with John Goodman as well. I would say go watch it. Like I think it's one of those films. Maybe we'll watch the trailer for it as well. Oh yeah, it's a Warren Beatty film. I forgot about that. Let's put that in the queue as well. It's like, I don't know, what would be a good way of describing Dick Tracy? Oh, that's why I know him? Yeah. Oh, man, look at all these bad trailers. I don't understand why they can't have good trailer stuff. Yo, is that Madonna? Is Madonna in Dick Tracy? Shit, she is. Oh, my God. Watch Dick Tracy just for the practical makeup effects? Yeah, I recall those being quite good. We'll check that out. For sure. Warren Beatty may still have the rights to Dick Tracy. He had to keep making like scripts and stuff to keep the rights. Really? Warren Beatty, when are we getting a Dick Tracy sequel? All right, so I don't think there's anything left to say about the Cannes. The Cannes jury. I'm overall pretty pleased with this. I don't recognize her. I'm pretty pleased overall with this jury. Really happy to see Ledge Lee here, and also Joachim Trier. Like that's great. Jeff Nichols also. It seems like they're going for like younger directors here, which I'm into. Although Ashgar Ferrardi, he's a bit older, but like these 3 directors here, they're like fairly young. Joachim Trier is what, 48? When I say young, I mean like relatively young. Jeff Nichols is 43. Wait, Jeff Nichols, he directed Midnight Special, right? Yeah. I think that's an underrated film. I hate using the word underrated when talking about film because I feel like films are basically rated correctly. Like maybe they're not as well known, but they're probably rated correctly. I don't know. It's a weird thing to get into. But Midnight Special, it kind of brings you back to Twilight Zone type stuff Outer Limits type stuff, X-Files type stuff, if you're a fan of like that 80s, 90s sort of like one-off sci-fi television type stuff, I think Midnight Special would be a great film for you to check out. I was super into it. TJ, thoughts on Hamilton on the IMDb top 250? Is Hamilton a movie? Yeah, it's a movie. I have no problem with calling it a movie, even though it is like a stage production first. As soon as you film it, it's a movie, you know? There's not anything about it that I wouldn't say is like a movie, you know? Like, I guess fundamentally when you have something like a stage play or a stage musical or something like that, as soon as you introduce the camera and the idea that you can have multiple takes and then one of those takes gets to live on forever, and like those motions and those lines are repeated the same way forever in the way that Andre Bazin talked about in a lot of his stuff, like the ontology of the film image and things like that, then it basically takes on all of the characteristics of a film, right? And so in that way, in my mind, sure, yeah, it's a film, you know? I see that Brianna disagrees, but that's all right. I have no problem with it. I have no problem with including it in like what is and is not a film, but opinions will differ on that. Tim saying, yo, what's up, Tim? You got to say something. You say it in the chat. Probably won't ever get another Dick Tracy. It was a big box office bomb. Yeah, that is too bad. Okay. So let's move on to the next little bit of business. Or wait, maybe not. Although I think it was important production to film because so few people were able to afford tickets. Yes, there is also that. I also like how the I guess it's the National Theatre in the UK, they tend to film a lot of their stuff, and they were releasing a lot of stuff for free at the beginning of the pandemic, which I think I illegally downloaded but then deleted. And by illegally, I mean I just downloaded off of YouTube, so it's not even torrents. Calm down, authorities, it's fine. But yeah, they've done some really interesting stuff. Like they had a production of Frankenstein, I believe, that had Benedict Cumberbatch and one other actor, and they would like switch roles between the monster and Frankenstein like every other day or every week or something like that. And like that's a really cool idea, and they made both versions available on their YouTube channel, so you could compare the two if you wanted to. Yeah, they've done some fun stuff. All right, second bit of business. You guys may or may not... Oh, Johnny Lee Miller. Thank you, Brianna. So you guys may or may not know there's a thing right now called CinemaCon going on. And as far as I understand it, CinemaCon is a place for movie theater owners to all get together, and then studios can come at them and say, here's all the cool shit we have coming up that will make both of us money. And so this convention is a way for people who do the bookings at movie theaters to actually like get a look at like trailers and press stuff for films that haven't come out yet. So they have an idea of how popular they think it's going to be, how many theaters they should book these films in, how many screens those films should screen on, all that kind of stuff. And so we do end up getting some film information out of it. The first of which, and this mostly what we're going to be talking about, came out of the Sony presentation because they had a big one. One of the big things that they announced was that we're getting another Ghostbusters movie, and it will be one that comes after Afterlife. It comes after Afterlife. So to get into specifics, we've got this Deadline article here. Not wanting to waste space and putting a pun right off the bat. Sony ain't afraid of no ghosts. Is it a pun or is it a reference? It doesn't matter. Specifically making more Ghostbuster movies. The studio announced today at CinemaCon in a closing sizzle reel that a fifth movie in the series is in the works. No talent attachments were revealed. The latest movie, Ghostbusters Afterlife, centers around the grandkids of Dr. Egon Spengler and was directed by Jason Reitman. It minted $129 million at the domestic box office and $200 million worldwide after Thanksgiving release, taking the franchise's global worth to still under $1 billion. Now, the interesting thing about this and why I say interesting is that I'm pretty sure it did not come anywhere close to getting its box office back. So its budget was $75 million, which means, using TJ's film math, it needed to earn $300 million in order to earn its money back for the studio. So I think this is kind of indicative of Sony's current strategy, in that anything that is a franchise, they're just going to run with until it's profitable. Because they really don't have a lot of other stuff that they can do right now. They've seen the MCUs and the DCEUs and the Fast and the Furiouses and pretty much, and the Dunes now coming up for WB and the Harry Potters. And they're like, we got to do this. We really, really, really got to do this. And so now anything that they have that even resembles a franchise or has the potential of a franchise, they're just running with it, even if it's not profitable. And in my estimation, this movie, Ghostbusters Afterlife, lost money. But they don't care about that. They just want to continue to build franchises. And that appears to be what they are planning to do with Ghostbusters. I do think it's interesting here that that no talent attachments were revealed. And that probably also means that that film is a fair ways off. Like, I would say at least 2 years. So we're talking about like a 2024 release, maybe aiming again for Thanksgiving, which means they probably need to start shooting it middle of next year at the latest. So I can see how they might not want to announce any attachments yet. They're probably still figuring out the contracts, how much money they want to spend on this. They're probably actually going to these actors and saying, look, we really want to make another one, but you know, the one that we just did didn't make any money, so we don't really want to pay you guys anymore either, which is not going to go over well for those actors. But then also they can probably get away with not involving the older Ghostbusters as well, and that might bring the budget down a little bit. Maybe they'll try to cut some corners, or maybe they're just gonna go like all in and like have them spend $100 million and try to make the Harold Ramis CGI like that much better. I don't know. Personally, I don't really care about this. I really hope that with this next Ghostbusters movie, they try to focus on building up these new characters and not tying it all back to the first two films. That to me is kind of what it really got in the way, I found, in Ghostbusters Afterlife. The fact that everything had to be related back to the first film. Wasn't a big fan of that. I kind of wish they had tried to go on a bit more of an original direction, and maybe with this new movie that will be the moment where they're going to be able to do that. But who knows? Who knows if they will or not. Let's see here. But boy, did it do better than the female Ghostbusters. Did it? Didn't the female Ghostbusters open with like $60 million? Did it really do that poorly in comparison? This made $200 million worldwide, and this one made... Dude. It made more money. It made $30 million more than Afterlife. Yeah, that budget's a little ridiculous, and using TJ math means that they would have to make a little under $600 million to make all of their money back. So still not great. Still a flop. Still not good for box office. But like, it made more money. It did make more money. So I don't know. It certainly was more of a financial flop, though. That's for sure. Yeah, I mean, it depends on how you want to look at it, right? Like, if we say that, let's get out the old calculator. If we take the 229 that it made and divide that by the 600 that it should have made, then the film only earned 38% of what it needed to earn, right? If we're using TJ movie math. For the other one, it would have earned closer to 60%, I think, of what it needed to, if I just do this calculation quickly. 20, let's call it 4, divide by 300. Yeah, like getting close to 70%. So... yeah, the original, the female Ghostbusters from 2016 financially was a bigger hit because it only made around 38% of what it needed to make, whereas the new one made around 68% to 70% of what it needed to make. So not as much of a financial disaster, but still didn't do as well. And just numbers to numbers, dollars to dollars, yeah, the female one did do better. The only good Ghostbusters sequel is the video game. I mean, I kind of like Ghostbusters too, but that's because I was a dumb kid when I watched it for the first time, and my dumb kid brain kicks in every time I watch it. Isn't it funny that people have so many more of a problem with female Ghostbusters than that mess of a movie? Yeah, you're not wrong. I do specifically remember back when the female Ghostbusters in 2016 came out. And I think it had a very similar opening weekend to the third Star Trek film. And if you look at the headlines for both, it was like, Star Trek film overperforms. And then for the Ghostbusters 2016, the headlines were, Ghostbusters totally fails at the box office and shit like this. And I think the Ghostbusters film did cost more to make than Star Trek. But it was still an example of like the film's making exactly the same amount of money, right? So it does seem to be a case of like people just wanting to kind of shit on a particular film. We actually saw something kind of similar this weekend. There was a Variety article kicking around basically saying like, oh, The Northman debuted in 4. Therefore, it is an example of how studios shouldn't take risks with like quote unquote art movies. And like calling The Northman an art movie, we're kind of stretching the definition of art movie there, I think. It's almost like any film that is not a Marvel film is automatically an art movie, which is like a weird thing. But yeah, the real Ghostbusters cartoon was also pretty good. Yeah, for sure. Speaking of ghosts and Ghostbusters, ever watch the Paranormal Investigator shows? Unless we're talking about Supernatural, the TV series, then no, I have not. I was the same with Ghostbusters 2, but have come to accept it's overall not good, but has a couple of good moments. Yeah. Yeah. Dinner time for me. Bye, y'all. Goodbye, Brianna. Hopefully we'll see you back after dinner. I'm not against the idea of a female-led Ghostbusters, but the women they picked weren't funny. I like Kristen Wiig and Melissa McCarthy and can't stand Katie McKinnon and Leslie Jones. See, that's like... I'll take your opinion, but at the time in 2016, those were the 4 funniest female comics that existed. Like Kristen Wiig and Melissa McCarthy had just come off of Bridesmaids, I'm pretty sure. Katie McKinnon and Leslie Jones were both like the best parts of SNL at that time, as far as I can remember. Although I'm not a big SNL fan, so please don't quote me on that. So they basically picked the 4 best people, right? And I think maybe as a good follow-up to that, like if you were to cast an all-female Ghostbusters, who would your 4 funny people be? Taylor Tomlinson, maybe? I don't know. Paul Feige was on a roll for good comedic movies, so I was surprised that his Ghostbusters wasn't that funny. I mean, yeah. I don't even know like who wrote that Ghostbusters, because that could be part of it as well, right? So who wrote it? Why aren't the writers listed? Oh, written by... Oh, Paul Feige is on here. And Katie Dippold... What has she done? So she wrote The Heat and Spy beforehand. Okay. Was also a writer on Parks and Rec. Did Comedy Bang Bang. Oh, played Diane on Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Wait. Who's Diane on Brooklyn Nine-Nine? Who are you? Do I know you? Who is this on Brooklyn Nine-Nine? What? I do not recognize her. She played a recurring role? I don't know what's going on here. I don't remember this person from 9-9 at all. Those actresses are top notch. Even the director is solid. It was just the idea, tone, and writing that just didn't work. IMO. Yeah, and the director and the writer like are one and the same person. So it's too bad there was like a mishap there of some kind. You know, something just wasn't, I guess, done right or done properly. Maybe it was an example of studio interference. Like, I don't know. But considering everyone that they had involved, like, it should have been a better movie, I think. And, like, yeah, the guy did Bridesmaids, so he knows how to work with Melissa McCartney and Kristen Wiig. So yeah, maybe there was just some stuff going on. I feel like the Daniels could make a good comedic Ghostbusters. Yes. Absolutely yes. Honestly, I say give the Daniels anything that's not an MCU film. Like, do not get them into the MCU. Their talents would be totally wasted on an MCU film. But my God, give them something else. Like, have the Daniels do a Joker movie. Fuck it, why not? That'd probably be pretty fun, right? What else? Everyone, tell me what you think the Daniels should do if they were to be involved in like a franchise movie. And Junk, yeah, I think you're right. They probably would work on their own original stuff because they would want that artistic freedom. But like pie in the sky, what would you want them to adapt? Give the Daniels a Dr. Seuss adaptation? That'd be pretty good. That'd be pretty good. The Daniels could actually save that franchise. What, the MCU or the Ghostbusters? Ghostbusters will eventually turn into a horror franchise. It's a horror comedy for the most part. Just a little bit tamer than something than, say, an Evil Dead. The Daniels should make Universal Monsters franchise. You mean like brand new versions of Frankenstein and Dracula Dracula meets Frankenstein and Albin and Costello meet Frankenstein and stuff like that? Yeah, I'd be fine with that. That'd be fun. All right, so Ghostbusters. We're done talking about that. Next thing up from Sony. Hey, guess what, everybody? It just keeps on coming. It just keeps on rolling. The franchises continue. Venom 3. It's official. They're making it. And actually, I should probably move up this other one here to here, because then that makes sense for those things to go hand in hand. But first, Venom 3. Sony officially spins a web for third film. I don't think there's going to be much in this article talking about what it's going to be or who's even going to be in it, because this is probably just mostly talking about Venom 2. Yeah, this is mostly all just talking about the second movie. Cool and great. Anyways, there's the news. Venom 3 is coming. I assume that this will in some way try to bring in the Vulture, what's his name, in there, as well as Morbius, because I think we're moving to like a Sinister Six type coming together of villains from this whole thing, which is a weird thing to do when you don't have like an actual superhero to use. I guess maybe it's Spiderman eventually, but like if your movie's called The Sinister Six, then how do you involve Spider-Man? I don't know. For those of you keeping track, there are also a number of other Sony Spider-Man things coming up, such as Madam Web, Kraven the Hunter as well. So there's like 5 people. If it's Venom, Morbius, Kraven the Hunter. Who is it? Venom, Morbius, the Vulture, Kraven the Hunter, Madam Web, if she is a villain. I don't know if she is or not. And then the one we're going to be talking about next, El Muerto. So there's your Sinister Six, I guess. But I don't even know if they're all villains or not. So I'm not really sure what's going to happen here. Maybe they recast like Green Goblin or something like that. I don't know. Venom 2 was profitable, cost around $100 million, made around $500 million. So yeah, by TJ math, it would have made about $100 million. And like once again, if they're going to like do Ghostbusters Afterlife 2 or like another Ghostbusters film after Afterlife did not make back its money, then this just says to me once again that Sony is doing their damnedest and just saying to themselves, we're going to keep making franchise films until they're profitable. And in the case of the Spider-Man movies, it makes sense because they are eventually building up to another Spider-Man film, whether that's Tom Holland or Andrew Garfield or a different Spider-Man altogether. We don't really know yet, but you just know that Like, they're probably looking at things like Morbius and the losses they take at that, and they're like, well, okay, this will eventually be offset by a Spider-Man movie down the road. So we just got to keep pushing forward and making sure that we're putting out good movies. Hopefully those are the things they're saying to themselves, though. That would be great if they were to actually say those things. Don't have faith in Madam Web. They have a bad creative team behind it. But it's Dakota Johnson, isn't it, as Madam Web? She's so good. I want that to be good. Wait, who's the creative team? Madam Web. Why did I put 2 B's? Film. Film, right? Yeah. What? No. God damn it. Oh, wait. Film. With Burke Sharpless and Matt Sazama writing the film. Play the lead character. Sydney Sweeney set to co-star. Oh, she's from Euphoria, I think. Oh, no, she was in Sharp Objects. Right. Okay, so who are these dudes? Oh, no, these 2 dudes again? I couldn't believe this. I saw a video about this the other day, and someone was talking about, like, how these guys are just, like, failing upwards. Like, look at their filmography. Dracula Untold, which was bad and I think killed the entire, like, dark universe they tried to make. The Last Witch Hunter, which was bad. Gods of Egypt, which is one of the all-time floppiest films that ever flopped. I guess they wrote the Power Rangers movie, which, while not good, I was kind of okay with. And then Morbius. Like, look at that track record. And then they're, like, being given another blockbuster film to write. That is absolutely insane. That makes no sense. Like, I'll just say it out loud. They should give me money. Because I, with my not complete inexperience, but with my mostly lack in screenwriting experience, like, I could still write a better film. I'll say it plainly. I could write a better movie. You could write a better movie. Literally anyone could write a better movie than the garbage that these 2 have been putting out for the last almost decade. Rocco, come on. Get up here. Come talk about Madam Web. No, stop hurting the chair. Come on. There we go. I've got a surprise for everyone. It's a big kitty. Oh, Rocco's here. Yeah. And I want everyone to say nice words to Rocco because he coughed up a hairball this morning. And you don't know this about Rocco, but when he vomits, which he doesn't do very often, he sounds like a squeak toy. So it's the cutest thing, but also not the cutest thing ever. And sometimes I wonder if he, like, swallowed the squeak toy thing and he's just trying to, like, get it out of his esophagus, but he can't. But then I'm like, no, that's ridiculous. He'd be choking to death, and he's not. See, look, Rocco, they all want you to feel better. They all want you to continue being the handsomest boy in the world, and you definitely are. Yes, you are. Oh, look at this big kitty. How many pages or words to write a movie? And Junk is correct in saying that 1 page equals 1 minute roughly. Yes, that is correct. What would the approximate word count of a 90-page movie go? Approximate word count of movie. Of movie. So movie scripts range between 7,500 and 2,000 words, which is actually pretty short. Now that I'm looking at that, considering, like, for a novel, you have to get up to around 50,000 words, I think, to move from a novella into a novel. I think that's pretty low. I've written essays longer than scripts like that. What? All right, fuck it. Maybe I'll just write a spec script for Madam Web. And I'll just write it better, and I'll send it to Sony, and I'll be like, this is what you could have had. This is the script that you could have had. Hey, buddy? Oh, yeah. You want your chin scratched? You want a big chin scratch? Okay, you can have a big chin scratch. Yes. And I'll get that crud out of your eye later, too. Yes, I will. Such a big, handsome boy. Oh, my goodness. Oh, no. People are leaving the live stream because I'm talking to my cat too much. Madam Rocco. He could be. I don't know. I think maybe he is a girl cat and they lied to me. I kind of like the Power Rangers movie. Yeah, it wasn't, like, all the way awful, eh? It wasn't great, but it wasn't all the way great. Or, sorry, it wasn't great, but it wasn't all the way terrible. By creative team, I meant the writers and director. I love Dakota Johnson. Yeah. Who's the director? I didn't see the director listed on this page that I was looking at. They only have the writers listed. I'll go back to this view so y'all can see what I'm seeing. Sony's Spiderman universe. I kind of want to look at this just to see like what is in it. Yeah, El Muerto. Jesus. Other films in development. What else are they doing? Sinister Six, Night Watch. What? Who's Night Watch? Oh, it's a character? Oh, is it their like version of Batman or something? Weird. Jackpot, Untitled Roberto Orsi film, Untitled Olivia Wilde project, other project. Oh my god. They're doing a TV series too. Oh, there's so much they're trying to do here. Ooh, Dory asking me about my thoughts on Shudder acquiring rights to zombie film The Sadness, which will debut on May 12th. Well, Dory, I had the pleasure of watching The Sadness just yesterday, and I gotta say, that's a good movie. I enjoyed that movie. That's a fun little flick they've got there. So I feel good about that. I'm glad that it'll be available on streaming for a lot of people to be able to watch and enjoy. And it is also getting a very limited release in theaters. I believe April 29th and 30th it will be in theaters. Very limited. And if you want to see a pretty dope zombie movie, I would say go see that in theaters because I think you're going to have a lot of fun. It's very bloody. It's very violent. And I think it's going to be a lot of fun to watch with a crowd. Are these guys related to the studio heads or something? I mean, honestly, they might be. Because it's pretty awful. Like, the shit they've been getting away with. They must like, know something, right? Like, it's just blackmail. They just keep blackmailing people is what I'm guessing. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. But hey, Venom 3. We might be getting a Venom 3. And then to move on from that news, to continue on with the other news that came out of the Sony news, the Sony press conference or Sony presentation, whatever you want to call it, is that they are going to be doing a movie about comic book character El Muerto and adding that to the Sony Pictures Cinematic Universe, which I don't think it should be called the Sony Pictures Cinematic Universe because that then means that like the Ghostbusters is in that as well. Like, it needs to be, like, the Spiderman Cinematic Universe, something like that. Don't call it the Sony Pictures Cinematic Universe. That's just not great. It's too confusing. But yes, we are getting a film called El Muerto, and Bad Bunny, the musician, I think, is going to be playing El Muerto. And for those of you who don't know, because I was one of you earlier today, El Muerto is a character who has a wrestling mask, a lucha libre mask, I believe, that's handed down through the generations of his family. And when you wear the mask, you get super strength. That's it. So, I'm a little excited for this because it sounds like there's going to be some Mexican wrestling in it, some lucha libre wrestling. And as you know, I'm a fan of wrestling, professional wrestling. And so seeing what they could do with that in a film might be a little bit fun, but also it really depends on who they get to actually write and work on this film, because if it's the same kind of caliber that we've been getting, then it's just not going to be good. It's just not going to be good. I hope El Muerto is just a Nacho Libre remake. They're probably going to take it a bit more seriously, I would imagine. A scotch more serious. The Sadness is a Raven Banner release. Yes, it is. Go Raven Banner. Go Canada. They might as well tie in Sony Pictures Classics into the Sony Picture universe as well. Man, what would that mean? Like, Sony Pictures Classics? What are some films that that would be in that? Shin Queen, you are a fan of wrestling as well. That's sick. Are you, I think you're in Mexico, so does that mean, are you a AAA or a CMLL person? Those are two wrestling promotions, by the way, that are in Mexico, for anyone who's wondering. What was I just about to search? Oh, Sony Picture Classics, yeah. Sony Pictures Classics. Film library. Yeah, what's in this universe? I mean, like a fun one. Orlando, one of Tilda Swinton's first films. That could be fun. What do we got? Vanny on 42nd Street. Burnt by the Sun. What are the big ones? What are the Shanghai Triad? Ooh, I don't know. I can't remember a lot of these, honestly. I don't think I've seen a lot of these. Mavion Rose? Men with Guns? Central Station. Oh, okay. The Brazilian French drama. Oh, directed by Walter Sales. Nice. The General. I'm kind of looking at like the big ones. Oh, Run Lola Run. That would actually be kind of fun to see that included in the Sony Pictures the Sony Cinemateq universe. Run Lola Run. All About My Mother. Yeah, I don't know a lot of these, y'all. Isn't Crouching Tiger a Sony Pictures classic? I guess we'll find out. Hey, there it is. Yeah, right there. Good timing, Junk. Good timing. So, yeah, I guess that could be included into it, even though it would be happening in the past. Maybe someone can find, like, a mythical sword or something like that, and then they'll start floating through the air and doing cool stuff. Wouldn't that actually be hilarious if, like, in the middle of, like, Morbius 2, they find a sword or, like, something from House of Flying Daggers as an example, and they're like, all right, we're going to have to completely change how we're fighting now to make it look good, because now we have this stuff from House of Flying Daggers or Kung Fu Hustle or Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Oh, Shin Queen, you used to be a photographer for wrestling events before the pandemic. That's awesome. That's awesome. So I'm just going to assume that you've seen Kenny Omega, like, really up close. And I will be very jealous of you, because I have not seen him up close yet, and that bothers me. Run, Don't Walk, the new Gaspar Noé movie called Vortex, out in theaters Friday. Is it out this Friday? Man, that one snuck up on me. I honestly don't know if that one's going to be available in Toronto immediately. Right now, the Toronto International Film Festival Lightbox Theater has been taken over by Hot Docs, the documentary festival, actually the premier documentary festival in the world. And they basically have TIFF tied down for the next, like, week and a half. So anything that I think would have been shown at TIFF, they just don't have the screens for it right now. So, yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna have anything to do with. I just don't know if I'm gonna be able to watch Vortex, unfortunately. Justin Lin just left Fast X. Seriously? Let's see. Steps away from directing Fast 10. Wow. That's so big, I'm going to change the name of the live stream. Let's see how many Fast and the Furious fans we get in here. Thoughts on the movie Fighting with My Family, if you've seen it. I enjoy Fighting with My Family. It's a fairly straightforward film, but it tells an interesting story about a character that I enjoyed in wrestling. But let's take a look at this. Let's see what this article is saying. So, Justin Lin steps away from directing Fast 10, will remain on board as producer. So I guess that means he's probably not like upset about stuff. Also interesting to note here. I think Fast 10 went into production like last week. It hasn't been in production very long. So I wonder what's going on. I'll just read this article. The latest installment in the so-called Fast saga has hit a pretty serious snag. Fast X has lost its director just as production was getting underway. Director Justin Lin, one of the chief architects of the multi-billion-dollar franchise, has stepped away as director after cameras on the film had started rolling mere days ago. That means a new director will be needed to take his place, and pardon the pun, the person needs to be found fast. Honestly, in a situation like this, they would probably just like a lot of the work on doing the storyboards and things like this, a lot of that's probably already done. So I imagine that they, for at least the short term, could get away with promoting like a second unit director into the top spot because they would know, they would have a fairly good idea of what's going on, I would think. So if they don't want to lose any money on production, they might do that. I don't know who they would get in to replace it though. Like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe Vin Diesel steps behind the camera. He becomes the director of the film. I honestly could see that happening. I think Vin Diesel is just egotistical enough to think to himself, you know what? My family needs me, so now I have to step behind the camera and actually direct this thing. According to Deadline, Lin officially parted ways with the director's chair, but will remain on board as a producer. While the split between the filmmaker and Universal Studios is said to be amicable, it is also stated that dreaded creative differences got in the way. The creative differences on a Fast and Furious film? What could they possibly disagree on? How much money that they were going to print? Unfortunately, we don't have any more in way of specifics at this time. What we do have, though, is a statement from Lin on the matter, which reads as follows. And also just keep in mind that this is coming from the Fast Saga Instagram account, or perhaps the Twitter account. So this is not coming from Lin. This is being released by Lin through PR people and things like this, who are still like, you know, who are still involved, like heavily involved with making sure that this film is good and makes money. So to quote Justin Lin, with the support of Universal, I have made the difficult decision to step back as director of Fast X while remaining with the project as a producer. Over 10 years and 5 films, we've been able to shoot the best actors, the best stunts, and the best damn car chases. On a personal note, as a child of an Asian immigrant, I am proud of helping to build the most diverse franchise in movie history. I will forever be grateful to the amazing cast, crew, and studio for their support and for welcoming me into the Fast family. Lin has directed several installments in the series, including Tokyo Drift, Fast and the Furious, Fast 5, Fast and Furious 6, and last year's Fast 9. He is largely responsible for turning this from a series of movies about street racing and relatively petty theft, DVD players, into a global action blockbuster franchise. So losing him is no small thing, especially since this is supposed to be the first in a 2-part finale for the main series. Oh, that's true. That is true. So, what now? What now? For Universal, it is now a gigantic priority to get a new director in place as quickly as possible. That's no small task, as getting a new filmmaker up to speed on production of this size that is already underway is a big ask. The report notes that several directors are already being discussed, but no names have been revealed. For what it's worth, James Wan directed Fast 7, which remains the highest grossing entry in the series, but he's busy finishing Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom for Warner Brothers. Gary, what? Directed the 8th installment, The Fate of the Furious. Okay. So I guess there are previous directors that they could get in here. Plot details for the sequel are currently being kept under wraps, but the cast will once again be led by Vin Diesel as Dominic Toretto. Yeah. No doubt. The studio is not expected to delay the film as a result of this production pause, but depending on how things shake out, that could easily change. Given that the films have grossed more than $6.6 billion collectively, this is undoubtedly the studio's top priority right now. We'll be sure to keep you informed. And Fast X is set to hit theaters on May 19th, 2023, which is a little over a year from now. So, even a delay, considering the timelines that these films, like just in general, blockbuster films are being created at, even a delay of a couple of weeks could be enough to delay the film, right? As we've seen with a film like Spider-Man No Way Home, they were actually changing shots in the film after the film came out, changing how certain sequences were edited. So I'm getting the feeling that a lot of this stuff is going down to the wire these days because they're trying to minimize overall costs and keep things as efficient as possible. So by doing that, a delay of this sort could actually end up delaying these films by at least a little while. How much of a while? I don't know. It would also depend on how open the 2023 calendar is. They're obviously going fairly early in the summer season, May 19th. I believe that's a long weekend as well, so they probably don't want to give up a long weekend release date either. And if they decided to delay, the next major weekend would be Canada Day / Independence Day in the United States, which would be the July 1st, July 4th weekend. And there might already be a big tentpole film on that day that they don't want to compete with. So there may be pressure to get this film out in time in order to keep that very coveted release. All right. So now that that's done, I have to address all of these wrestling things that are being talked about in chat. I'm so excited. I saw a post online saying that Fast X sounds like a laxative. Yeah, it's another good reason why they should have. It's another good reason why they should have called it "Fasten Your Seatbelts," because it doesn't sound like a laxative. It sounds ridiculous, but it doesn't sound like a laxative. I'm surprised Warner Brothers never hired Justin Lin for an ensemble superhero movie. I think he would be a perfect fit. I mean, maybe they did. Maybe they did, and that's why he's no longer working on Fast 10. Dun dun dun. Oh yeah, so who's your favorite wrestler? Mine is Trevor Mann, who is now known as Ricochet. Ricochet is super cool, and I desperately want him to get out of WWE. He's wasted there. He would be much better in AEW, or even going back down to Mexico. I think he was King Panther or something like that in Lucha Underground, I think. And I don't know if you knew El Perro Aguero Jr. Ogiao Jr., but I was there when he sadly passed away. I'm a fan of wrestling because of my dad. He took me to my first wrestling event when I was 4 months old. Wow. That's so young. My first wrestling event was going to like a SmackDown, a WWE SmackDown, where The Rock made a joke about pie. Might have been the first time he did that joke, actually. It wasn't the famous one, though, where he made fun of Toronto Live about liking the Toronto Maple Leafs, and we all loved it. It wasn't that one. Nick saying about Fast and the Furious, giving a producer credit can be a name only, though. Never know. His name has value, even if he doesn't technically do anything. I guess that's true, eh? I say get James Wan back in there, but he's busy with Aquaman 2. Yeah, but like Aquaman 2 is in post-production, so I don't know how much more he would have to do with it. But I also don't know like his arrangement, his contract on Aquaman. Like I don't know where they're at in post-production. But like when you get to a certain point, usually the director is just kind of like pushed out of it and it's taken over by the producer / studio, at least in Hollywood. Maybe James Wan has a better deal than that, but going back to wrestling, Ricochet is one of my faves. I would go with Extreme Tiger. I don't know if you've heard of him. He recently changed names. Extreme Tiger. What was his name before Extreme Tiger? Tigre Uno. First time. Oh, he was in TNA. Okay. So he works in AAA now. He looks familiar. I may have seen him do something. Not live, but like on TV. So he's on AAA Worldwide. He's just an independent wrestler now. Oh, Tiger Mask, but it looks like it's a differently spelled Tiger Mask. That's cool. Ooh, he was trained by Rey Mysterio Sr. Sick. Give Fast X to Shane Black. I don't think he would put up with Vin Diesel, though. This is why I think that maybe Vin Diesel takes over the movie. I have a feeling he's always very hands-on with those films. Like, not a lot happens on the Fast and Furious films that Vin Diesel hasn't signed off on. So I feel like maybe they just get him to direct it. I think that might mean giving it, like, I think that would be a first time, like, his first time directing a film. But since Vin Diesel is, like, I think the main producer on it, he might have enough power to actually just hire himself. But then if he's getting all of the money from the studio, then the studio as well will have a fairly big say in it. So let's see here. Wait, how did he get into Avatar? Damn, good for him. Yo, look at the amount of money he's going to be making in the next 2 years. Thor, Avatar 2, Guardians of the Galaxy 3, Fast X, and Avatar 3 in the span of 3 years. My goodness. My goodness. That's ridiculous. His bank account is going to fucking balloon like Elon Musk's ego. Am I right? Boo Elon Musk. Boo that man. Wild. Yeah, so I don't think he's directed anything, so that might be the one thing standing in the way of that. But I also wouldn't be surprised if he said to himself, like, yo, I think it's time. I think it's time for me to take over. Tom is here. Hello, Tom. How are you doing? We're talking about professional wrestling, but also Justin Lin just left Fast and the Furious, and we're wondering who's going to replace him as the main director. No one really knows, do they, Rocco? Oh, you're so handsome. Yes, you are. Oh, such a big cutie. Love to hear some more picks by people in the chat. David, who is this? Is that someone's actual name? I thought you were talking about Colin Trevorrow for a second there, but no, yeah, okay. So he has directed... Oh, he directed Riddick and the Chronicles of Riddick, but also G.I. Jane. Ooh, The Arrival's not good. Waterworld. The Fugitive, though. Timescape? I feel like that's a movie I should probably see. Critters 2. Nice. Imposter. Below. Oh, that looks bad. Chronicles of Riddick, The Perfect Getaway. I think I might have seen that one. I assume I'm the most boring person in this community as I don't give a hack of some of these franchises. I mean, that's perfectly okay. I watch them because I think they're fun, but I don't give them much thought beyond that. Although I do love Star Trek. I do love Star Trek. I am behind on Star Trek currently because I'm not really a fan of any of their new shows, but I do love Star Trek. Also talking about how the Batman 2 was just officially announced at CinemaCon. Wait, was it actually? I should add that to the title of this too. My God, you're keeping a better eye on the news than I am, Nick. Let's refresh. Batman 2 announced by Warner Brothers. Wow. Okay, but I think what is the bigger thing here is that Megan Fox confirms that she and Machine Gun Kelly drink each other's blood, and there's a reason why. I don't know about you guys, but this is way more interesting than Batman 2. I want to know why Megan Fox and Machine Gun Kelly drink each other's blood. Is because they're trying to be like Billy Bob Thornton and Angelina Jolie? Maybe. Also, gotta update the title now and chase those views. I actually think it's kind of funny how, like, just no one's coming in here for this stuff. They always tell you to go after the big news, and then it never works. Get them views? We can if we try. Once two friends were arguing about what was better, Star Wars or Star Trek, to which I responded, Jurassic Park. I mean, you're not all the way wrong. All right. Megan Fox first mentioned this aspect of her and MGK's relationship when they announced their engagement. Everyone were engaged after we drank each other's blood. Let's see here. Megan Fox recently sat down with Glamour to talk about both her career and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so I guess to drink each other's blood might mislead people, or people are imagining us with goblets and we're like Game of Thrones, drinking each other's blood. It's just a few drops, but yes, we do consume each other's blood on occasion for ritual purposes only. I wonder what kind of rituals they're doing. I'm much more... What the fuck? Drops of blood. Ross elaborated on what precisely that entails. Okay. So, the ritual purposes. I'm much more controlled. I read tarot cards, and I'm into astrology, and I'm doing all these metaphysical practices and meditations, and I do rituals on new moons and full moons, and all these things. And so, when I do it, it's a passage, or it is used for a reason, and it is controlled where it's like, let's shed a few drops of blood and each drink it. He's much more haphazard and hectic and chaotic, where he's willing to just cut his chest open with broken glass and be like, take my soul. Machine Gun Kelly, what are you doing? Also, kind of just sounds like Megan Fox is getting in touch with her inner Wicca on some of this stuff. So, you know, I'm not going to say anything bad about that. Shout out to all of the Wiccans out there. Still, though, what a headline. What a headline. All right, let's go to the actual thing. Batman 2 being announced. What would be a good one to do? Let's go with... Yeah, sure, this one. Deadline. Batman 2 is happening and Robert Pattinson is returning in a surprise to probably no one. Matt Reeves is coming back as the director. That's good to hear. The news comes at a time when the movie has clocked more than 760 million around the globe and a viewership of 4.1 million households on HBO Max in its first week. That topped the viewership of such Warner Brothers day-and-date movies last year as Suicide Squad, probably mean The Suicide Squad, Dune, Wonder Woman 1984, and The Matrix Resurrections. The Batman is Warner's first theatrical window release since Christopher Nolan's Tenet in August 2020, after the studio adopted a pandemic theatrical day-and-date strategy in 2021. Oh yeah, HBO Max also has a Batman spin-off series in the works centering around Colin Farrell's Penguin. Reeves took to the stage. Thank you all for your tremendous support for the Batman. We couldn't have gotten here without the faith and enthusiasm of all your teams around the world. I'm excited to jump back into this world for the next chapter. That's Reeves talking to the exhibitors at CinemaCon. So there you go. There you go. Tom is also correct here, saying this is only to make it official because it has long been announced as a new trilogy. But now we know officially that it's official. So that's good. And I think also this kind of just confirms that it is Matt Reeves coming back, because the director can always change film to film, right? But Robert Pattinson coming back, I think we always knew that was going to happen. And it's kind of interesting that they didn't announce anyone else, right? Like, they're not saying that Colin Farrell's going to be back, even though he's got this TV show going on. They didn't announce Zoe Kravitz coming back. So I guess we'll have to see. And I had to like think in my head, like, wait, did they kill Catwoman in the movie? No. Yeah, she can probably come back again. Probably. I got mixed feelings on Matt Reeves' version of the Joker. It's such a small sample, you know? I wouldn't get too worried about it yet. And there's no real indication that he's going to be the villain of the second film. They might be trying to build him up to come out in the third movie. So, and the fact that he wasn't in, like, the official film makes me think that he will get some more screen time in the second film and then be the main villain in the third one. Which just gives that actor a little bit more time to figure out the role, get to where he needs to get. But yeah, also, like, the way that they shot that one scene, that deleted scene with the Joker, they were doing, like, their best to conceal his identity, to make it seem very out of focus and all this kind of stuff. So the kind of nuances of that performance were certainly lost because of the way they were trying to shoot it. So the guy could actually be good and might be fun to watch. We'll have to wait and see. The new Joker can only be an issue if we go into the comparison realm, which, I mean, is inevitable when it comes to things like this. When The Dark Knight came out, everyone was just like, oh, there's no way Heath Ledger's going to be better than Jack Nicholson. And then he was. And then, yeah, also, they could be comparing it back to Jared Leto. They could also be comparing it back to Joaquin Phoenix. All very different takes on that character. So I think what's the most important thing is that they allow this Joker to be its own Joker and to have its own original take on the character. In an article, Matt Reeves said he's trying to go for an Elephant Man approach to the Joker. Interesting. Why did he have to reference one of the only David Lynch films that I haven't seen? All comparisons are kind of misleading. Oh, and then Junkie, you're also saying up here, I just hope Joker isn't the villain of the next film. Yeah. I would be surprised if he was the main villain. I think if they had kept that scene in The Batman, then it would have made more sense. But by keeping it out, I think it makes more sense for the Joker to be the villain of the third film. But who knows? Who knows? What, you haven't seen Elephant Man? Yeah, I know. I know. I know. Believe me, I know. I'll see it. I'll see it eventually. Maybe soon. Who knows? All right. So, there you go. Batman 2 is happening. Batman 2 is real. Justin Lin is out of Fast 10, and the Batman 2 is real. Two things that we just discovered today together. I think because Nick told us so. I'm curious if Robin could work in that world. I don't know. I don't really see Robert Pattinson as the type of Batman who has help, you know? He doesn't strike me right now as the kind of Batman who would reach out for someone's assistance. You know, like he can barely stand to go out in public in the daytime, but he's expected to have a relationship with like a young kid who just had both of his parents killed. And he's from the circus if they decide to go with the original backstory. So I don't know. I don't really see Robert Pattinson's Batman as the kind of Batman that would have a sidekick. But also we've seen in the Batman that Robert Pattinson's Batman is capable of having an arc. That he was able to go in that film from vengeance and despair to wanting to inspire hope by the end of it, right? Oh, Tom here saying, but he did look for assistance in this film from the Penguin to Catwoman. True. I guess I'm thinking more of like accepting someone new into his family. Although maybe that's something that the Catwoman arc kind of set up because they obviously wanted to bone. So maybe he is opening up a little bit and would be emotionally available enough to house an orphan. I think he can have a Robin. His Batman is in such a dark place. It could be interesting to see him fostering a child as a way to uplift him. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's how we get from how we continue his arc from the first film. Now that I'm saying this out loud, it does make more sense. Where he goes from being a vengeful person to a hopeful person, and then sees adoption as a way of continuing that, of trying to bring hope to the world by helping an impoverished kid who just had his parents killed. Did it mention that Zoe Kravitz is set to return too? Not in the article that we saw, or not in the article that I saw. Before I move on to that story, I can just refresh this and see if there's anything else here. Oh, there's nothing else new. Let's look at this one. This is from Variety. Draft Reeves. Or to return, blah, blah, blah. The Batman took a grim look. Right. Along with Bruce Wayne's follow-up. This isn't even talking about the actors at all. So yeah, I don't see anything here. Yeah, okay, once again, it's only just referring to Robert Pattinson is set to return. Did I just see Robotech movie? Yeah, Junk. Yeah, you did. I feel like they set up Zoe Kravitz for her own spin-off. I could do that. But based on this announcement, I imagine that means if they were to do that, then her... IGN just stated that Kravitz is back. Really? I haven't seen it anywhere else. I'm surprised that it would be IGN reporting on that, but Variety and Deadline would have missed on it. Sorry, Nick, are you watching like an IGN live stream or something like that? Because yeah, I'm not seeing any news articles on IGN about it. So I don't know. I don't know what you're referring to. So in the meantime, why don't we move on to the hottest news, truly, in the film news. Yeah, we're getting a Robotech movie, everybody. And for those of you who don't know, Robotech is a very interesting way of releasing Japanese animation in America. What this basically was someone who I believe worked for a company called Harmony Gold purchased the rights to 3 different anime shows and decided to redub all of them so that they all supposedly come from the same universe. And the first season is the most well-known out of all of it, which is what most people think of when they think of Robotech, which is a series based around an alien ship crash landing on Earth, humans being like, oh, look at all this cool technology. So then they start to rebuild that ship, and they're able to take massive leaps forward in technology. 10 years down the line, being able to build what is called a Veritech fighter, which is a transforming giant mech robot that has 3 stages, a fighter jet, a hybrid mode, and a big dude with a gun, a big metal dude with a gun form. And so from the sounds of it, we are getting a Robotech movie. And Junk here adding a bit of detail. Super Dimensional Fortress Macross was adapted to the first season, yes. And then that's why you have the follow-ups to that particular season being called like Macross Plus, which is an excellent 4-part Japanese OVA anime. It's basically like an anime miniseries. Macross Plus is excellent, and I suggest watching it. There's also a bunch of other Macross stuff out there. Oh my god. Dory, are you giving me lyrics by Minmay? Yeah, you are. Stage lights flashing, the feeling smashing, my heart and soul belong to you. Oh my god, yeah, that is a song by Minmay from Robotech. What have we done? What have we turned into? So this person is talking about how, and when I say this person, I mean Jenna Bush. First of all, coming right on in here and saying that they were more of a Battle of the Planets kid. Boo. So let's see. Though there were failed attempts to make a film version of the anime before, a new attempt has just nabbed a director. According to Deadline, Rhys Thomas, who directed 3 of the 6 episodes of Marvel's Disney Plus series Hawkeye, will helm the upcoming Robotech film for Sony Pictures, and Mark Canton and Gianni Noiri with Harmony Gold's involvement. The Robotech script comes from Markin and Holloway. The rewrite reportedly comes from Brian Gatewood and Alessandro Tanaka, who brought us the feature film Sharper, which went to Apple and A24 with Julianne Moore. So, what's more important here? Markham and Holloway or Gatewood and Tanaka? I don't know. All right. Let's see. So this person's not familiar with Robotech. Let's see if we can find out more about the writers. Maybe that will give us a better indication of what's going on here. If I just search Markham and Holloway, what does that get me? Markham and Holloway. Hey, what do you know? They are a screenwriting duo known for Iron Man, yay, and Punisher Warzone, boo. My god, Punisher Warzone, what a shitty movie. So they wrote Uncharted and Men in Black International and Transformers The Last Night. Okay, once again, like, another example of people failing upwards. Like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, Iron Man's good. Warzone is bad. Transformers is bad. Men in Black International's not good. Uncharted is fine, but it's a treasure map movie, so I'm biased. And then Kraven the Hunter, who knows if that's going to be good or not, but I am not feeling great about it. But, as the article did say, there was a rewrite. The rewrite reportedly comes from Brian Gatewood and Alessandro Tanaka. So maybe they're good at screenwriting and they fixed it. Variety just released the first picture of Margot Robbie as Barbie. All right. Obviously, we need to see that. But I need to find this out first. So, this is the movie Sharper. It hasn't come out yet. Who's Benjamin Caron? Has he directed anything I know about? I don't think so. He's going to be directing something to do with Andor, the new Star Wars series. Okay. So maybe these two made the Robotech movie good. Maybe. Just maybe. All right. Who wants to see Margot Robbie as Barbie? Try to imagine in your head. Try to imagine Margot Robbie as a blonde. You probably can't do it, can you? All right. Enough with my kidding. Wait. IMAX teases an ambitious post-blockbuster future. What does that even mean? All right. Let's see. Let's see. Yep. There you go. Margot Robbie as Barbie. Such a different thing than what I was expecting. This actually has like the exact amount of pink in the image that I was expecting as well. Why is everything orange on your face? Your skin, your hair, your teeth? Because I'm a ginger? Obviously. And also because I'm so hot. See? I'm scolding. All right. So, we got a release date here as well. July 21st, 2023. I thought it was in production already. I thought it was coming out next... Oh, wait, no. That's just next year. I thought it was coming out this year for some reason. I don't know why. You're a good-looking man, if I do say so myself. Well, thank you very much. How do I pronounce your name? Is it Key? Key? I like to say people's names on here if I can. Is it Key? If not, tell me the proper pronunciation. And I think you might be new around here, so it is Key. All right, cool. So thank you very much for joining us, and I hope you decide to subscribe to the channel. I live stream 3 times a week. Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays, 6 p.m. Eastern Central Time, and we just like talking about the movies. Right now, talking about Barbie. So yeah, Margot Robbie. There you go. Ella, it looks like how you expected it. Yep. I think if it looked anything different than this, we all would have been very, very shocked. That's Margot Robbie in a pink environment. Yeah. Could you almost imagine like Margot Robbie having a like an alternate sort of like her third house or somewhere is just sort of like this color scheme anyways. If the Aqua song is in the movie, I'm going to be very disappointed. I bet that the very first trailer for this film will feature a version of that song. Maybe a depressing version, maybe an uplifting version, but I bet that the Barbie Girl song from Aqua will be used in the first trailer. 100%. Also, thank you to Jaden Cutler for subscribing to the channel. If you're in here right now, please get into the chat and let me know how you're doing and what your favorite movie of 2021 was. Or maybe your favorite movie of all time. Whatever you want to do. You let me know. I want to be excited for a Barbie movie, but truthfully, I am not looking forward to this because I am not a Noah Baumbach or Greta Gerwig fan. Sorry, people in chat. It's okay, Josephine. You have to apologize for your opinions. It's all good. I do like Baumbach and Gerwig's work for the most part, so I'm pretty into this idea. Anything with their names attached gives me a bad taste in my mouth. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm kind of like one of the reasons I'm interested in this film, aside from the fact that it's Margot Robbie and that the cast is very good, is that this isn't really the type of film that I would expect Baumbach and Gerwig to make. And I don't really remember what the dynamic here at play is. If it's Baumbach directing and Gerwig writing, or if it's Gerwig directing and Baumbach writing. Or maybe they're co-directing. Do we know, actually? Barbie film. Okay, so it's Gerwig directing and they're both writing. So even for Greta Gerwig, like doing Lady Bird, doing Little Women, it's not exactly the type of film that I would expect from her. She also did a film called Nights and Weekends in 2008. What are you? What are you? I don't know anything about you. But yeah, basically going back to like her directorial output, Lady Bird, Little Women, doesn't make me immediately go to Barbie. So I don't know what to think about this. And so I'm interested to see how the two of them combining their talents together and with their particular sensibilities, especially with Baumbach coming from a very specific, well, actually both of them coming from a very specific part of the American indie scene, how that translates into like a larger budget Margot Robbie feature film, right? And who else is in this? Like, it's a fairly big cast, right? Yeah. Ryan Gosling, American Ferrera, Simu Liu, Kate McKinnon, Ariana Greenblatt, Will Ferrell, Issa Rae, Michael Cera. I almost said Ben Kingsley, but it's not Kingsley Ben-Adir. A lot of people in this. So yeah, I'm just incredibly curious, mostly because like it's a Barbie movie and obviously Mattel is involved with it, so it's meant to sell toys, kind of in the same way that like a Transformers movie is going to sell toys, but it's also a Greta Gerwig, Noah Baumbach film. Like I have no real conception about what this film is, and to me that's maybe the most fascinating thing about it. And this shows me that they are going with like a very classic Barbie aesthetic, but is it going to get dark? Is it just going to be quirky the whole time? Is there going to be some meta shit going on? I don't know, but I'm fascinated by the prospects. I was just about to say the same thing about Barbie Girl, about the song. Yeah, it should be in the trailer. That screen still actually looks like a frame from the music video. Oh, actually, yeah. Barbie's in its third week of filming right now, so they're probably, a film like that probably doesn't need more than 2 months to film, right? So they're almost halfway done. Anyone else here in chat not a fan of Baumbach and Gerwig? Don't want to be alone here. It's all right, we're all gonna have our independent opinions on stuff. Don't worry too much about it. I don't know why, but I feel like it will have the same self-aware comedy that Josie and the Pussycats did. That'd be cool. I do enjoy Josie and the Pussycats, and that could actually be an indication of certain things, like the cast that we got. Like Will Ferrell in the film could very easily be playing some of the roles that were done by God damn it, I know their names. Parker Posey and Alan Cumming. Like if Will Ferrell is in like that kind of role, then we could be getting something very similar to Josie and the Pussycats. Man, you guys remember this movie? Rachel Lee Cook, Rosario Dawson, Tara Reid as the drummer. Great stuff all around. But yeah, remember Cynthia from Rugrats? Obviously they couldn't use the name Barbie for copyright. Oh, I do remember that. There's also Malibu Stacy in The Simpsons. That was also a Barbie ripoff, homage. This movie must cost millions of dollars with all those famous people behind it. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm sure the Barbie budget is quite high, but Mattel has so much goddamn money that like they don't probably care. Like if Mattel is financing the whole thing, it's probably a footnote for them. Ever see Small Soldiers? Instead of Barbie, it was Gwendy. Oh yeah. I had Small Soldiers on VHS and I watched that movie a lot when I was a kid. Yeah, I guess everyone's got their own version of what like knockoff Barbie is, right? Tara Reid's best movie is Josie and the Pussycats? Probably, actually. Can we confirm that? I mean, I know there's some Sharknadoes in her past, so maybe. And then what about like the American Pies? She was also in The Big Lebowski. So what are we saying about The Big Lebowski here if we're saying that Josie and the Pussycats is Tara Reid's best film? She was Bunny Lebowski. So there you go. Also, she was in Urban Legend, which is it's a not great horror film. Wait, does that have Jared Leto in it? Oh, it is Jared Leto. A very young Jared Leto. Alicia Witt? Oh, yeah. Wait, she was in Twin Peaks? What? Man, I do not remember that. Joshua Jackson. Loretta Devine? Robert Englund. Anyways, the best Tara Reid film. Cruel Intentions? Cruel Intentions? It's a good one. She doesn't have a big role in it, but that's a good one. American Pie, as I already said. Van Wilder. Van Wilder's not bad. Alone in the Dark. The Crow Wicked Prayer, also known as like the worst Crow movie and one of the worst movies of all time. Where did it all start to fall apart for her, I wonder? Was it Crow or was it Alone in the Dark? It's actually, yeah, it was right around here. Pretty much right after Van Wilder. It just kind of went downhill for her. She did this film with Ashton Kutcher. She did this film called Devil's Pond. What the hell is this? Gotta love it when the director doesn't have his own IMDb page. Devil's Pond is a direct-to-video thriller. It tells a tale about two newlyweds that head to a remote lake house for their honeymoon, during which the husband turns it into a prison for his new wife. That is not great. All right. Might as well just call it Sex Abuse the Movie. What else do we got here? Ouija House? Andy the Talking Hedgehog? You've got to be fucking kidding me. Oh, a Dean Cain film. What are we looking at here? A whole lot of not great. Tara Reid's filmography. just trying to see like what her best film was. Probably like the best film that she was ever involved in. Yeah, it would be The Big Lebowski. But what about the film that she would have starred in? And that's probably American Pie, right? Probably. What were we doing here before? What were we talking about before we started talking about Tara Reid? Oh yeah, the Barbie film. Yeah. So there you go. Back to Tara Reid. Small Soldiers was a fun movie. Yep, I agree. Urban Legend, classic. Alicia Witt, I completely forgot about her. Mm-hmm. Filmed in Toronto. What was filmed in Toronto? Josie and the Pussycats? I would put Josie over American Pie, says Junk. I was more speaking from like the sort of cultural importance of the film. I think American Pie was a much more important film to the zeitgeist of American 90s film than Josie and the Pussycats was. But I'd probably prefer to watch Josie over American Pie, yeah. And Mildred's here. Hello, Mildred. Good to see you back. All right. Is there any other news coming out of CinemaCon that I need to just talk about right off the bat? I'm also curious about this. What the hell are they talking about? IMAX teases an ambitious post-blockbuster future. What does that mean? We're going into, like, full blockbusters. We're not going to have anything else. We're not going to have anything other than blockbusters in the future. So what's a post-blockbuster future? Let's see. According to the company, they are moving into their so-called third act and will be more experiential than what it has come before, offering something beyond a typical night at the movies. IMAX explained that the company's first act was documentaries, whereas the second act was blockbuster movies, and that phase has been quite successful, even in the post-pandemic blockbuster landscape. But this third act is going to involve more movies actually filmed in IMAX, not just movies presented in the premium format. To help make that happen, the company is building 4 new cameras to meet demand from the studio and filmmaker side of things. People want to make memories, and IMAX is all about experience, the company stated during the presentation. But what does it mean in practice for a company focused on presenting on-screen entertainment? Are they talking about making like a consumer-grade IMAX camera? One of the most interesting things touted by the company during the presentation was the reveal that they are building a global, one-of-a-kind arena called IMAX Live. This was described as a new creator platform, though few specific details were revealed at the time of the presentation. Another key was expanding into live experiences, not just films. Though for what it's worth, IMAX did showcase a sizzle reel that included footage from films such as Dune, Fantastic Beasts 3, Top Gun Maverick, Jurassic World Dominion, Multiverse of Madness, and The Batman. So they're not getting out of the movie business. Yeah, why would they? They're a business. They like making money. As for these live experiences, it is promised that they will deliver low latency, IMAX-worthy live experiences which will span 3 countries, with the promise that this will all soon be connected around the world. This commitment to live events will kick off in earnest this year, as the company will be doing a dozen live events throughout 2022, with big names involved like Roger Waters. Yo, if I could see Roger Waters live through IMAX, that would be pretty cool. Renee Fleming and Swedish House Mafia also involved, in addition to CBS's premiere of Survivor. The big takeaway from all of this, IMAX is aiming to become an even bigger part of the entertainment landscape in general. That is no small thing, and if it pans out, it could provide some unique revenue streams for movie theaters, which is most certainly a positive thing. So then, are they just talking about live events being shown in IMAX theaters? Because already at Cineplex, at like the big movie theater chain in Canada, we get like, you know, Metropolitan Opera live events, right? I think Rammstein's album release thing is happening at Cineplex, so you could go watch that live. They do the Super Bowl. Like, I've seen the Champions League final for soccer, the UEFA Champions League final for soccer at a Cineplex theater before. So are they talking about that kind of stuff in an IMAX theater, or is this going to be just a streaming service that specializes in live events? Because I don't know how much people will be into the idea of an IMAX quality live event. But if it's Roger Waters, that could be cool. Ella, to answer your question, he is one of the original musicians in Pink Floyd, the band. So when Roger Waters tours, it's something that you should go see if you are able, because his stage performances are pretty wild from what I've heard. So I guess, like, yeah, there's like an image there from one of the performances. It looks like this is coming from the Pink Floyd album Animal Farm or Animals? Adam Hart Mother? I can't remember which one. But there's pigs, and you can kind of see some of the stage design there and how like wild and crazy this looks. So to see a like oh yeah, he's a bass player. Probably one of the best bass players that's ever lived, influence-wise, not technical skill ability. But yeah, his live performances are pretty legendary. Like, look at that. That's like mostly, those are all like screens out here, right? To the left, like, look at all of those. And so imagine seeing an experience like this, but filmed with IMAX cameras, IMAX live cameras, something like that. That would be wild. There was a BTS concert shown in theaters that made money, came out this year. Yeah, so maybe that's something that they're thinking about as well. Like, you know, a BTS live concert for those of us who can't get to a BTS concert. Not to say that I would want to see BTS live, but if I could just see it for free on an IMAX service, that would be kind of interesting. Maybe I could try to figure out what all the hype is about, being an old man. Let's see here. Is there anything else here from CinemaCon? Baz Luhrmann shows off Elvis footage, which we won't be able to see. The Nun 2 confirmed for upcoming Warner Brothers slate. I assume that's from the Conjuring universe. Yep, so we're getting a second Nun movie. That's cool. I'm not a big fan of anything outside of the actual Conjuring film, so that doesn't really matter to me, but if it matters to you, then there you go. That's cool. Oh, the Circle K made famous in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure is closing. We have to save the Circle K, everybody. Just kidding, it's a corporation. They don't need our help. So it looks like we're all caught up, unless there's anything else that I've missed. But I don't think I have. Wow, that was a lot of news just coming out the woodwork there all at once. Ugh. The water is going down real smooth tonight. Wasn't The Nun like a flop? Was it? Let's see. Once again, I think this is kind of an example of, oh, there's no way this is a flop. If I saw that budget right, then they did well. Yeah, no, I think it was the opposite of a flop. $22 million budget, and they made $365 million worldwide. By TJ film math, that means that they made the 4x their investment. So how did I do this before? Yeah, so I guess it's just the other way around. 365 divide by 88. Yeah, they 4x'd 4 times their investment on that one. So we're probably going to get Nun movies for the rest of time. It may have been not well received. I don't know. Let's see. It holds an approval rating of 24% on Rotten Tomatoes and an average rating of 4.4 out of 10. So yeah, I think we can all agree that that means it is not a good movie, but it's a movie that made money, which is the most important thing to the people who greenlight movies. This is the kind of stuff that films like The Northman and Everything Everywhere All at Once kind of have to go up against, right? Because you look at a film like The Northman that cost $90 million and it's probably not going to make back that money, but you then have to compare that with this. So like, why would a movie studio spend $90 million on a film like The Northman when they could spend $22 million on a film like The Nun, and it's way less risky? That's one of the big issues with Hollywood and why they don't put out a lot of interesting films anymore, is because they've become very risk averse. So it's one of the reasons why we have to sort of celebrate it when we get the rare film like The Northman or Everything Everywhere All at Once. I'm still amazed how many spin-offs The Conjuring got. Yeah, that's a lot, eh? So it's the Nun movies, the Annabelle movies, and there's like 3 Annabelle movies, I think. Conjuring Cinematic Universe. I hate writing these words. Conjuring Cinematic Universe. The Conjuring Universe. There we go. So yeah, we've got... Oh man, there's so much in here. Films that have been released. Conjuring, Annabelle, Conjuring 2, Annabelle Creation, The Nun, The Curse of La Llorona, Annabelle Comes Home, and The Conjuring Made Me Do It. So there's 3 Annabelle films, 3 Conjuring films, the La Llorona film, and the Nun film. And it looks like we're getting The Crooked Man and a Nun sequel. Wow. That's a lot. How did The Curse of La Llorona do at the box office? Did that make money? Oh, did it ever? Holy shit. That's pretty good. And this also should not be confused with the actual Mexican film, The Curse of La Llorona, which I believe here is called... Oh, sorry, the Guatemalan film, La Llorona, which is this one. Yes. Although, yeah, okay, it is a horror film. But damn, look at that return on investment, y'all. If I could go and do a thing in order to make money and be like relatively sure that I would get my money back, I would just invest in horror movies. Straight up. Like, you can make a horror movie with almost no money and probably make your money back, just because the built-in community of people who will like go see your film and celebrate and cherish your film as long as you put the effort in and like do your best. Like, the support is there. It's probably one of the most supportive groups of film lovers that exist, right? The horror community, especially the diehards, they just love it. More so than any other community that I'm aware of. And like, you know, compare it to like Star Wars fans who like hate Star Wars more than anyone else. But like horror movie fans, even the trash of that genre, they will lift up and they will say, "Look at my beautiful boy. He tried his best." So yeah, gotta love it. Gotta love it. I'm wondering here I'm now very curious about how TJ math works for a lot of these films. So if it's so 123, so 9 times 4 is 36. So 123 divide 36. Yeah, 3.4x on their investment. It's nice. It's nice. Take me back to the times of the whoop. Whoop. Did that solve it? My Chrome has frozen again. This worked last time. There we go. Got it back. So that fix does work. Yeah, mid-budget movies kind of died out with Blockbuster because that's how those films made money. Yeah, you don't make as much money from VOD or from streaming as you did back in the day. The first Austin Powers movie didn't do very well at box office, but the sequel was greenlit purely based on how much that movie was rented in the VHS market. Chris Stuckman, a very well-known YouTuber on film, created a Kickstarter for his film, aimed $200,000 and surpassed more than 1 million. Yeah, is that still going on? Because we talked about it like a few weeks ago, and it was already over 1 million then. I wonder if it's still going. $1.3 million. Wow. And the great thing about this for him is that this is already, like, he doesn't owe this money back to anybody, as far as I know. Like, I don't know how much of his own money he's putting into this, but he probably doesn't have to put any of his own money into this. So he doesn't even really have investors that he needs to pay back. Like, the very first Canadian film that I was a part of making, where I acted as production coordinator, since that's American money, that's probably a bigger budget than we had to work with. And we had, like, Peter Stormare in our cast, and, like, a bunch of other, like, fairly well-known Canadian actors. Like, and that's what he's going to be able to do with his first film. Like, there is no reason why he shouldn't be able to make something that does well. And the fact that he doesn't have to pay back any of that money, it's all just going to be pure profit for him. Like, that's incredible. Incredible for him. Basically changed his life. And I'm sure he'd be the first person to admit that. That this is just insanity. I just hope it's good. I think I watched his first short film, and I wasn't that impressive, but also it's his first film, and no one's first film is good. So yeah, I hope he learned a lot of lessons from that. And to be clear, his short film definitely is better than anything I've made. So, you know, gotta shout that out. Blumhouse was smart to just crank out and produce low-budget horror because one hit can pay for a lot of failures. Yes. And isn't this part of Blumhouse, this universe? Wasn't Conjuring a Blumhouse thing? Am I wrong on that? Oh, it was New Line. Never mind. Are there any big Blumhouse... Like, what are the big Blumhouse things? Oh, The Purge. Right. The Purge, Insidious, Paranormal Activity. Yeah, they actually had a lot of big ones, didn't they? Oh yeah. Their model began in 2007 with Paranormal Activity, one of the most profitable films ever. Insidious, which, holy shit, the TJ math on that would be like a 50x thing. Sinister, which is still one of the best horror films of the last, like, 15 years, I would say. Sinister is excellent. And then, yeah, wait, The River. I haven't seen The River. Lords of Salem is not great. Not a big fan of that one. Sorry, Rob Zombie. You're my bro, but not a big fan of that movie. And then you also get The Purge. I mean, Dark Skies, I don't think that did very well. But you can see here, there's a lot of films here that would have done well. Ouija, Origin of Evil, which is actually not bad. Yeah, the first Ouija they did is not great, but the second one is decent. I suggest that one. And then, yeah, Get Out, Split, Happy Death Day. Like, they're making decent-ish films. Although Fantasy Island, how did that do? Oh, yeah, definitely return on investment. Jeez. Even the films that, like, no one likes and no one goes to still do well. The Invisible Man, I think that did fairly well. Oh yeah, just $143 million on a $7 million budget. No problem. The Hunt, You Should Have Laughed. How did The Craft do? Did anyone see this? the new Craft movie. All right, this was a loss for them, but you can even see, like, with all of the money they've made on some of the other ones, as someone here in the chat said, like, this is okay for them. They tried something, it didn't work. They ended up losing, what, if we 4x that, you're up around, what, $75 million. So you're probably losing out on, yeah, a bit of money. A bit of money, but that's more than made up for by, like, just one of these other films. I think The Hunt also kind of crashed, yeah, because it had a lot of bad press around it. But for the most part, it's a lot of good stuff. And I guess, yeah, I guess from a business model perspective, like, I don't think anyone's doing it as good as Blumhouse right now. Like, the way that they're just able to guarantee their money and put out, like, somewhat decent quality films that do well, like, it's pretty much unparalleled at this moment. And I know that, like, films from people like Neon and A24 and Annapurna and things like this, like, I would always prefer to see films from those companies, but from a making their money back perspective, Blumhouse is unrivaled. Absolutely unrivaled. And then, yeah, Junk, you're also right, they put out Get Out, which did phenomenally well. Hell, it won an Oscar. Jordan Peele won an Oscar for that. I probably have 4 or 5 things to share. TJ, if you need good ideas for scripts, we should talk. I'm not really in a I'm not a screenwriter. I told you guys the story of when I wrote a couple of screenplays back in the day, but it's not really something I'm interested in at this point. But I appreciate the offer. And who knows? Maybe there's someone else in the Cinemateq community who's got more of the screenwriting bug. Nick is an actor, after all. Imagine one day we all make a movie together. Wouldn't that be fun? What else we got here? Ouija 2 is a Mike Flanagan film. That's why it's good. True. Mike Flanagan is great. Invisible Man was pretty good. I haven't seen it. I still need to watch it. Ryan Gosling is doing a Blumhouse film with The Wolfman. I wonder what the budget on that's going to be. Because, like, the budget on The Invisible Man was $7 million, and they had a fairly decent actress in that one. What was her name? Elizabeth Moss, yeah. So I imagine a lot of that $7 million, or, I mean, you know, a couple million of that went to her. So I wonder what... Can we see that, actually? The Wolfman. Actually, no, that would be on the previous page for future projects, probably, right? No, actually, weirdly. TJ, oh my god, Invisible Man is so good, you have to see it. All right. Actually, I'll throw it in the watch list right now. Invisible Man. Now, if I'm going to watch this Invisible Man, then you guys all have to watch the original Invisible Man from the 1940s, I think. Oh, from 1933. Yeah. Actually, no. Instead of that, watch The Incredible Shrinking Man. The Incredible Shrinking Man from 1953. Directed by Jack Arnold. So good. So good. Let's all suffer and watch the John Carpenter Invisible Man. Is that the one with Kevin Bacon? I didn't think John Carpenter directed that. Did he produce it? Oh wait, John Carpenter's Invisible Man with Chevy Chase. What? What? What are y'all talking about? I don't... John Carpenter did this movie? Like, directed this movie? In the Mouth of Madness, Prince of Darkness. Oh my goodness. Y'all weren't kidding. Memoirs of an Invisible Man. I had no idea this existed. Chevy Chase Daryl Hannah and Sam Neill. Is Sam Neill the bad guy in this? Y'all, you're not doing a very good job of convincing me not to see it. Oof, oof, oof. The new tattoo is still a little tender. Hasn't gotten to the itchy stage yet, though. Hold on, crew. Did he do the music? No, Shirley Walker did the music. Damn it. I watched it on my birthday with a couple of my family members right before bed, and I wasn't scared one bit after watching it. That was like 2 years ago. Right on. TJ, did you see the new pics of the Gray Man with Gosling? Looks great. I have not. I will look that up in a second. Let's all suffer and watch. Looks like no one wants to watch this. Chevy Chase is in it. Memories of an Evil Man. Yeah. It's a good, bad movie. I mean, I imagine that John Carpenter would still be John Carpenter, you know? Whereabouts would that be in his release date? Newest first. Where would that be in his filmography? Between what and what? It would have come out between, okay, They Live in Body Bags. I mean, if it's even close to the quality of, like, They Live and Escape from LA, I think I would probably enjoy it. Oh, Dark Star. I also have not seen his Elvis movie. Yeah, with Kurt Russell. Probably should. Probably should. Gotta see The Thing, too. I might be getting a Thing tattoo next. We shall see. We shall see. Alright. Enough about Blumhouse and John Carpenter and Margot Robbie and the future of IMAX. Let's see if we can find that news on the Gray Man. The Gray Man. Probably got pictures on IMDb, right? Oh, so this is Anthony Russo. Oh, this is for Netflix, isn't it? Holy shit, is that Chris Evans? He looks kind of like Henry Cavill from Mission Impossible 6. Anna de Armas is in this too? Nice. Reggie Jean Page. Are these some of the images that you're talking about? I'm still amazed that most of John Carpenter's movies were financial failures. Yeah, but, you know, Halloween was a huge financial success, and we all know how a one big financial success can mean basically your career is made as a director. What is this thing? It's like a bunch of LED lights. Anthony Russo just yelling into a camera. Alright, so there we go. Those are all the pictures that are on IMDb, at least. That's them. Okay. Looks interesting. But I think it is a Netflix film, right? So, I don't know. But, I mean, it is the Russo brothers, so I assume it will be made of a somewhat high quality. I hope The Gray Man is better than Cherry. Probably will be, right? Like, Cherry wasn't directed by the Russos, was it? I feel like it would have gotten a lot more fanfare if it was. Oh, it was! Oh, jeez. All right, then. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Isn't this? It was Tom Holland and a lot of other people. Okay. Jeff Wahlberg. Damon Wayans Jr. Nice. All right. Well, then, yeah, I don't know, though. I don't know. Maybe they'll be better off doing a spy movie? I don't understand how they made that. I haven't seen it, but the general consensus I'm getting from you guys is that it's not very good. So, yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you about that. So let's see. As far as the news goes, we talked about Can, talked about Sony, talked about Sony again, talked about Sony a third time, talked about Robotech. Ah, yes. Do y'all remember when I was talking about the Northman not making much money? Well, it looks like maybe there's good things happening. So the Northman was number 4 in the box office on the weekend, but then suddenly on Monday, it was number 1. So let's get into this a little bit. It's kind of interesting. I think part of what this article talks about is the word of mouth for the Northman being quite positive, and that helping it a lot. But also the fact that a lot of the films that were 1, 2, and 3, like The Bad Guys, Fantastic Beasts, and Sonic 2, they're all family movies. So you likely wouldn't get a lot of people out watching those on a Monday, whereas people who avoid cinemas on the weekends because they want to avoid like kids and stuff, and like who knows who would bring their kids to see The Northman, I have no idea. But then they go to the theater on Monday to see a film, and so it keeps the relative box office from dropping as much, right? And I think that's what they get into here. But first, we've got Andre in the chat. Hello, Andre. Good to see you. So let's go into this a bit more. To quote this article, "Is this a startling real-time case study of the power of word of mouth? In what could be an unprecedented happening, The Northman, the number 4 domestic grossing film over the weekend, came in at number 1 on Monday. With a take of a little over $1 million, it placed ahead of The Bad Guys, Sonic the Hedgehog 2, and Fantastic Beasts. All 3 did better over the weekend than Robert Eggers' Viking epic. There is some logic to this fluky event. Those 3 films have mostly family appeal. With the weekend over and schools nearly all back from vacation, these films dropping between 75 and 84% from Sunday's gross is no big surprise. The Northman dropped only 64%, a decent hold for a non-summer holiday Monday, and it came from a Sunday that added $290 million to the initial $12 million estimate from Focus. Placing number 1, which it could do again for the next few days, is a nice boost, but the bigger story is that despite the film's weak B cinema score, the initial results for the film suggest that those who like it may be really enthusiastic about it. Kinda like me. It could portend a decent hold for the film and a larger ultimate gross from analysts than initially anticipated. And with only Memory, with Liam Neeson opening wide this weekend coming up. Yeah, this is actually... The Northman picked a really good weekend to debut because it's just going up against a Liam Neeson film, and there's been so many of those over the last few weeks and months that I wonder if that's just going to get lost in the noise, and like not a lot of people are going to show up for it. Like maybe they just assume that they've seen this particular Liam Neeson film already, and they're like, "Oh, didn't I just see him in a movie like 2 weeks ago?" So that could bode well for the Northman, especially if it's able to keep up its positive word of mouth. With signs that audiences keep returning to theaters and the summer season almost here, this would be the most encouraging grosses of late. So hopefully, excuse me, this means good things for the Northman. And really, like, we already know the Northman's not going to make its money back. Using the TJ math, the TJ cinema math, we know the Northman would need to make about $360 million, and it's just not going to do that. But the closer it gets, the less of a failure it becomes, the better for films like The Northman. The better it is for studios who are thinking to themselves, should we take a risk with this non-franchise film made by a director with a distinct voice? Should we take on that risk? And the less a film like The Northman fails, the better those odds get. So hopefully, fingers crossed. Cherry is living proof that Tom Holland is overrated. He is good as Peter Parker, and that will be all. I think there's room for growth, I suppose. I did like him in Uncharted, and I feel like as he continues to mature, he will grow into the Nathan Drake character fairly well. So I think he's got potential for sure. I've also seen videos of him doing actual like parkour stunts as Spiderman. I didn't realize he was doing a lot of his own stunts as Spiderman, which made me respect the physicality that he brings to his roles. So I think he's at least got the passion and the drive to certainly expand what he's capable of. Ella, why does your arm hurt? Is it from fishing? I think smaller films tend to do better during the week. That's interesting. Yeah, I guess if we're talking about like who's typically going to go to the theaters on the weekend, it's more likely going to be families, because then the whole family is sort of off, right? And if you're a couple who's got kids, you're probably not going to the theaters during the week because like you gotta take care of your kids, I assume. I think that's how that works. So yeah, I don't know. Hi TJ and community. I'll have a Zoom meeting within a few minutes. I'm gonna have to leave early. A great rest of evening to you all. Tom, have a very good night. Good to see you on the live stream. Hopefully see you back on Thursday. Did you see the posters released from CinemaCon? John Wick 4, The Expendables 4, Idris Elba's Beast, and James Wan's Megan. I didn't see the John Wick 4 one. I think I saw the Expendables 4 one, which made a lot of people think that like Sylvester Stallone's character is going to die in the cold open for the Expendables. Wait, is that it? Is this the poster? Oh, okay. No, this is the one from CinemaCon. Gotcha. I mean, that's all right. What is this telling us? It's got cherry blossoms in it. Does that mean anything for John Wick films? I honestly don't remember at all. I don't think that... Does it tell us anything? Any John Wick fans in here? Can you tell me if cherry blossoms mean anything? Is this a reference to The Last Samurai? Maybe. Memory directed by Martin Campbell, one of the most hit-or-miss directors ever. Yeah. Guy who did GoldenEye and Casino Royale hasn't really seemed to be able to put in a good movie in a bit. Although I didn't see his more recent one that had... oh, God, that one actress in it. I think she was in Quantum of Solace. The Protege... Oh, it was Maggie... Oh, it was Maggie Q? I thought it was someone else. But yeah, it had Maggie Q in it. And Michael Keaton. I don't know what to do. If it's hurting real bad, then go talk to parent, guardian, someone else in the house. Let them know. They can probably help you out better than we can. But yeah, Martin Campbell. What else has he done? Edge of Darkness. Oh, that's a Mel Gibson movie? Yeah. Green Lantern. Ooh, The Foreigner. It's actually not bad from what I recall. Vertical Limit. Yo, Mask of Zorro is sick. I love that movie. That one's good for a rewatch, by the way. The Mask of Zorro. It's a little weird seeing Anthony Hopkins play like a Spanish person, but also Spaniards are European. So maybe it's not that strange now that I'm thinking about it. Maybe it's inspired casting. Cherry blossoms are usually associated with Yakuza. Interesting. So I guess then, yeah, we're probably talking about a Yakuza John Wick goes to Japan, perhaps, storyline. So that could be fun. That could actually be fun. What else are we talking about here? The Expendables 4 poster. 4 poster. Go back with Collider. They seem to have just someone standing there with a camera, ready to get this stuff for us. So yeah, this is the Expendables one. They'll die when they're ready. And Sylvester Stallone is like right here. So he's got die right above him. He's got the D for dead. So does that mean he's going to die? Is that what they're trying to tell us? Maybe. All right, who's in this movie? Jason Statham, Curtis 50 Cent Jackson, Megan Fox, Dolph Lundgren, Tony Jaa. That's kind of sick. Ooh, Ikyo Iwase, I think is his name. Yeah, that's sick. Having Tony Jaa and that dude in here, that's pretty fun. Randy Couture, Jacob Scipio, I'm not sure who he is. Levi Tran, don't know who he is. With Andy Garcia and Sylvester Stallone. Expendables 4, I think you're right. R.I.P. Sly Stallone. It would make sense, right? Like, he's got to go at some point, and then someone else takes over the team, or maybe it's the last Expendables movie. I don't know. I'm not sure I'm not a fan of Megan Fox being in X4. LOL. Not sure what to think there. I mean, we'll have to see how they use her and how she's what she does in the film. I honestly don't know what she's going to be doing. Who is Levi Tran? Okay, so there'll be two female leads in that movie then. But what has she done? She was in Furious 7 as a race starter. Also in The Purge, the first Purge specifically. In a film called Female Fighting Squad. Oh, that just has like hilarious trailerness all over it potential. Please, everyone, give me your what you think the Female Fight Squad. Wait, there's so many different movies here with this name. Female Fight Squad, which is not Female Fighting Squad. Female Fight Club, which is also Female Fight Squad. Is this the same movie? From 2016. It's 4 years ago, so not quite. I don't even know what this movie is. Did someone like screw up her Wikipedia page? Weird. All right, well, if they're not going to name the movie properly, I'm not going to try to watch a trailer for it, so sorry. Not sorry. All right, so yeah, once again, there you go. There's your poster for Expendables 4. I'm surprised Terry Crews isn't in Expendables 4, but I didn't see 3, so I don't know if something happened to his character in that film. I honestly can't remember. It's been a long time since I've seen Expendables 3. I remember Expendables 2 being my only favorite one, or like the only one that I liked out of the 3. So, yeah. Oh, Andre, sorry, I missed this one. Today for that film work, I told you a Grope chose Goodbye Lenin as the German film. What are your thoughts on the choice, and what would you have chosen? For a German film? For a German film? And they picked Goodbye Lenin? Like, there are so many other German films. I don't know why Goodbye Lenin would be their choice. I just want to take a look at it here before I say too much about it. It's by Wolfgang Becker. Right, okay, and then one honorable mention at Berlinale. Wait, this is for the director, not the film. Accolades. So it won a lot of the German Film Awards in 2003. It was nominated for a BAFTA. It wasn't nominated for an Academy Award from the looks of it. I mean, yeah, so in terms of like German films, there's so much more that they could have gone with. Like, even going all the way back to the silent period, you have all of the films by F.W. Murnau. Like, what is it? Sunrise, Nosferatu, Faust, Aguirre, Wrath of God is another one. Like any of Herzog's earlier work, Herzog's own Nosferatu, while not great, like all of Rainier Werner Fassbinder's films, especially like The Marriage of Maria Brahm, Wim Wenders' output, Skies Over Berlin, or also known as Wings of Desire, Das Boot, like a Wolfgang Petersen film. Yeah, that's another good example. Like, I feel like if you get into German cinema, especially like the new German cinema, Metropolis by Lang is another one. Actually, yeah, like Lang's early work before he left for Hollywood. Like Germany has one of the richest film traditions in the world. It's hard to imagine that for Germany they would pick Goodbye Lenin. Maybe because it's more contemporary and that's why they went for it. But like, there's a lot of really important German films, like very, very important German films to the history of cinema. And this would not be the first one that I would pick. I would probably go with Skies Over Berlin, or sorry, Wings of Desire. It goes by either name. The Wim Wenders film. I would also probably go with a Fassbinder film like The Marriage of Maria Brahm or Lola. Yeah, it's certainly not a pick I agree with, although considering how well it did at the German Film Awards, like it was an important film of the moment. But in terms of like its enduring legacy, there certainly would have been more German films available to them. They wanted something more modern, like okay, sure. It's just when you have the history of an entire country like Germany to pick from for their filmmaking output, I don't know. I don't know if I would have picked it. I liked it a lot. Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's a bad film. I just guess if you're making a project about like, and you're picking one film from a country, it just doesn't make sense to me that you would pick Goodbye Lenin. To me, I just feel like there's so many other ones. Like, let's just do a quick search here. Best German movies. The Lives of Others. Oh yeah, The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. I didn't even mention that one. Run Lola Run. That could also be a modern one. That's a quite a good film. Das Boot. Downfall is listed right there as well. I'm Your Man is a very recent one. Victoria would have been a great pick. Fritz Lang's M. Oh my god. Wings of Desire, as I was talking about. Aguirre Wrath of God is there as well. Pina. Yeah, it's such a long list. And like that list that we just saw didn't even include like a Fassbinder film, as far as I know. What do they got in here? Get out of here. Ad for video games. Oh, I can't. Okay. Enjoy your anime video game ad, everybody. Tattoo, Emails High. These, yeah, I don't even know what these ones are. Head On, The Deathmaker. What? Okay, Goodbye Lenin. There you go, number 22. Run Lola Run. Have seen that one. Quite a good film. Downfall for the meme. Oh yeah, The Blue Angel. Fucking von Sturberg's early work. Like, geez Louise. Oh wait, does this get rid of the ad? Nope. My Fuhrer? Oh, Jesus. The Marriage of Maria Baum. There's the Fassbinder one I was talking about. Das Boot. What else we got? Nosferatu. Oh, I mean, this one you can't really put here, I feel like. Berlin Alexanderplatz, because it's like, yeah, it's 15 and a half hours long. Like, it's a season of television. So I don't know. I don't know if that one counts. What else? What's in the top 10? The Lives of Others. Holy shit, ads. Get out of here. Aguirre Wrath of God. Yeah, this was another one from Fassbinder that I couldn't remember if it was Fassbinder or someone else who put it up. But yeah, Ali, Fear Eats the Soul would have been a great one. There's Wings of Desire. Cabinet Dr. Caligari would have been a great pick. I haven't seen this one by Herzog, so I can't speak on it. Metropolis, as we mentioned. The White Ribbon by Michael Haneke. Yeah, Haneke's output. The Tin Drum, heard of but have not seen. And then number 1, we've got M by Fritz Lang, which, yeah, is one of the most important films in the early sound period of cinema. So many things were established in this. Like, I believe this is the first time in a film that we know of where a particular sound motif was married to a particular character. So every time you would hear like this guy, Peter Lorre's character, whistling, you would hear the whistle before you see the character, so you would know that the whistling is associated with him. And since he is a child murderer, and if so, you would see like a kid on screen, you hear the whistle, you know, oh no, the child murderer is coming to get this kid. So it was a way of building up the terror in the scene without actually showing anything. It was a way of building tension. So yeah, very important film. Very important film. And it's also kind of interesting because it's structured differently than what you may expect from a film. Like, I don't believe they were using a 3-act structure. It feels more like a 2-act structure. Like, the film feels like it's a film in 2 parts. So it's interesting to watch for that reason alone as well. Plus, Peter Lorre's performance is very good. It's got like, from an expressionistic standpoint, it's a little bit toned down from Metropolis, but it's still absolutely like a visually stunning film as well. So yeah, it's wild. So yeah, I don't know if I would have picked M myself. I probably would have gone with The Marriage of Maria Brahm because it speaks very particularly about Germany's relationship with itself in the post-Nazi period and trying to reconcile its Nazi past. Like looking specifically, I believe the film was looking at 1955 was the time of The Marriage of Maria Brahm. Or sorry, it also includes parts of the war as well. I think. But anyways, the most of it is looking at like, what do you do as a country when just 10 years ago you were ruled by a fascist dictator who tried to who murdered 6 million people in gas chambers, right? Like, what is your national identity like in like 10 years after that kind of a tragedy, just a terrible thing happening? And that film, The Marriage of Maria Brahm, tries to get into that, tries to discuss those issues through sort of the life of this singular German woman, Maria Brahm. It's quite good. It's quite good. I think it's part of a trilogy of films as well, the BRD trilogy on Criterion. I think it's Marriage of Maria Brahm, Lola, and one other. Oh, and Veronica Voss as well. Yes. I think I've seen all three of those. I used to have this box set too. That was a good collection to have back in the day. But I think Marriage of Maria Brahm is the standout of these three films. There she is right there. Maria Brahm. And then I think that's Veronica Voss, and that's Lola. Yeah. Lola is a pretty colorful film. It's got some great colors going on. The Marriage of Maria Brahm is more muted, as you would expect from a post-war film. Anyways, that little tangent aside, Expendables 4. Isn't it amazing how we go from Expendables 4 into something like that? Bitter Tears is my favorite of the Bitter Tears of Pietra von Kant, I believe, the Fassbinder film. I think I've seen that one too, but those might be the only Fassbinders that I've seen. Fox and Friends is probably his most appealing. I don't believe I've seen that one. Also, if you want to see Fassbinder like being real wacky, you should watch a film called Kamikaze 89, I believe, where Fassbinder plays a detective. It's a bit of a Gonzo type movie. But his best film is Ali Fear Eats the Soul. Yeah, I have seen Ali Fear Eats the Soul, and it is quite good. It is quite good, no doubt. TJ, you see the new trailer for body horror film Hatching? No, I have not. Let me just double check here to see what else I wanted to talk about. Stuff. So yeah, I really only had 2 other news stories to talk about. So why don't we actually... You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a little bit of a break, although I probably shouldn't since we have a decent amount of people in here watching. Are we going to play trivia today? I don't believe we will be. Unfortunately, I haven't really figured out trivia, although I think I found a game that we can all play together. I just need to test it. Just going through stuff here. You all probably don't need to be looking at this with me, but hey. I don't know, there's people in here. Let's watch stuff. I don't need to stop. I still have a little bit of tequila left. Delicious, delicious tequila. Hatching. Coda #1. What the hell? Is it this one, Nick? The official trailer from 3 months ago? I assume so. Ooh. Gotta get my headphones going. Although maybe because my headphones are giving me such a problem, I'll just mute my mic while I'm watching this. And then we can talk about it in a second. So let's watch this thing. Actually, I'm going to play this for a little bit. You guys tell me if you can hear the audio being doubled or echoey on your side. I'm kind of interested to see if this thing has like an automatic like canceling out effect or something like that. Here we go. Yeah, it totally is. But maybe not that much. Uh-oh. Oh, the poor little birdie. Ah! That was not very vegan. Oh no, she's gonna take care of the bird? Is the bird gonna be a bad thing later, though? Oh, Jesus. Excellent choice of music. Excellent choice of music. Ooh. It's an interesting smash cut, actually. If you want to call it that. This girl's gonna turn into a vegan because of this experience. Uh-oh. Oh shit, that's a big-ass bird. Movie looks fun. Oh man, the father and the kid look like identical. Set design in this is pretty interesting, actually. I also like how they're keeping the actual bird away from us. Yes, Josephine, I'll do Far Country next. Why are you eating birdseed, kid? That's for birds. You're not a bird. Is she turning into a bird? Oh, she's regurgitating it for her. That's fucked up. Ew. Why wouldn't that be translated? Wild. How did that sound, everybody? Was the sound on that okay? Because if I could not use my headphones, that would be wonderful. But if it sounded like shit, then if it sounded echoey and like shit, then I won't. Then I'll switch to my headphones. So yeah, the Far Country trailer. The Far Country trailer. I guess which one should we do here? Let's see if we can filter out for HD. The sound was fine. Alright. Sick. Well, none of these are for the film that I wanted, so... someone put a... It's... Arrow? God, put trailers out for your movies if you're going to re-release them. Like, come on. You can't just leave it up to shit like this. So this one came out 2 years ago, so I assume it's going to be the better version of it. So here is the trailer for The Far Country, which I believe has Jimmy Stewart in it, and that Josephine watched earlier today. It's like a bird person that slowly begins to look more like the daughter till they become the same. Yeah, you kind of get that impression from the trailer, especially the last shot. Looks kind of interesting. Anyways, here's The Far Country. Oh man. Such an old-ass trailer, man.
Mountains hid its gold. Icy glaciers guarded its passes. But in 1896, the gold rush to Dawson and the Klondike became one of the great adventures of history. They came by boat and
seems like they shot this somewhat on location.
And fight and
I mean, I know this is probably like some stock footage type stuff, or at least some of it looks like stock footage.
The strong came, and the weak. The bad and the good. And sometimes it was hard to tell which was which.
Who'd you kill?
2 men.
Seems like a man ought to have a right
Jimmy
to
Stewart
leave,
killed
wants
people?
to leave.
I figured they shouldn't ought to turn back and taken my cattle with them.
That's a judge? That's how they did the law back then? Oh no.
Starring James Stewart, who learned in Bullets and Blood that no man can live for himself alone.
Wait, they just showed Jimmy
Ruth
Stewart
Rowan,
getting killed?
Who knew men and how to use them. Corinne Calvé, wiser than her years. And Walter Brennan and John McIntyre in the epic saga of a far frontier, excitingly photographed on location amid the scenic grandeur of Canada's northern mountains.
Ooh, Canada. That's where I am. Not in the northern mountains, though.
I'm pulling out, and you're going with me. We do well together.
I'll take your guns and work out a fair trial for you. Take them.
Now, hold on, Rube. Now, there just isn't any reason for a man getting himself killed if he doesn't have to. Now, why don't you go back to the nice people before you get hurt?
This would have been right around the time of the man who shot Liberty Valance as well. Deadlier. Or wait. Were the killer guns. Dun dun dun.
Mr. Gannon?
This is why I love trailers from this time period. The setup and the presentation is a lost art, man. Nothing beats the Psycho trailer, but this one's pretty good. Oh, do you want, anyone just want to watch a full James Stewart Broken Arrow Western? Yo, this looks like it's in good quality. I feel like I'm gonna get arrested for doing this. Hold on. And that's wait, that looks weird to me. Shit, does this have like AI upscaling or something on it? That looks so weird.
You received my message?
That's why I'm here, Colonel. What's on your mind?
I've just been given the command at Fort
Looks like
Grant.
they took all the grain out of it.
My orders are to clean out Cochise and his Apaches from the Graham Mountain area.
Weird. Which film would that be, Ella? The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent? Miami Connection trailer, the recent one. All right. After the Dick Tracy trailer, hey. I just don't know why there aren't any good versions of this trailer on here. Like, or wait, this one's in HD maybe. It's trailer time, I guess. Oh yeah, this looks sick. Look at this trailer. Look at this trailer.
Tracy! Tracy! Tracy!
It's like he's reading my mind.
Extra, extra! Tracy battles mom!
I'm taking this bum out of the headlines. I'm rubbing him out.
Hey, Tracy, watch out!
You take Tracy to me.
I say we kill Tracy now.
You challenge me, we all go down!
Are you gonna arrest me?
I want to know who killed Lips Manless.
Not the bad, big boy, not the bad!
I know, and I'm gonna miss you. But all's fair in love and business.
Whose side are you on?
Side I'm always on. Mine.
This looks great.
What's the word out?
This looks so good.
This territory is my territory now!
The style is oozing through.
Move in and take your positions. Okay, boys, let's go.
And you, guilty of attempting to bribe an officer of the law.
She does some nifty undercover work. I think Tracy drives you crazy, doesn't he?
All right, that's enough! I want Tracy dead!
Tracy, let's go! Good luck.
You have just said goodbye to oxygen.
Aren't you gonna frisk me?
Stupid cop.
Tracy?
Warren Beatty is Dick Tracy.
So many bullets just getting fired. Music by Danny Elfman. Yo. That looked great. I really want to see this now. Vittorio Storta. I feel like he has shot things that are very good. Yeah. Yeah. Selected credits? Jesus Christ. Bird with the Crystal Plumage, The Conformist, Apocalypse Now, Reds, The Last Emperor. Holy shit. Yeah, that's quite a cinematography. That's quite a... Jesus. Also, Dick Tracy is fucking amazing. Thank you for that, Nick. Thank you. But my God, look at these. Like, look at this. That's just his selected stuff. I wonder how much Argento stuff he actually did. Bird with the Crystal Plumage. Really, I'm wondering if he did Suspiria, which I don't think he did, based on the looks of it. That might be his only Argento film, actually. Man, doing 2 Bertolucci films in 1 year along with an Argento film, like, that's a pretty wild year. 1970 was a good year for him. I love the cinematography in The Last Emperor. Yeah, from what I remember of that movie, it's pretty sick. Also, a Bertolucci film. Yeah, that film does have really great cinematography in it. No doubt, no doubt, no doubt. Miami Connection? So, oh, Jason Eisner. I think that's the name you guys said, right? Yeah. All right. Take a look at this. No idea what this movie is. Draft House Films, though. Doing good work.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have a special treat for you today. We have a new house band with a new dimension in rock and roll. We have the one, the only, Dragon Sound!
How long did it called Miami Connection? Ooh, yeah, playing that rock music. Wait, is it a rock movie and a kung fu movie? Yeah, this looks like it's my kind of movie.
This band is the only family I had.
They're all black belts in Taekwondo and they're pretty bad.
I don't want you to mess it up by going out with a second-rate musician like that John character.
They came in here to play goddamn songs for kids!
Awesome and proof that God exists. Dance the Ninja, guys. Are you all dancing the ninja? Sick. Super sick.
I didn't know you had a father. I thought we are all orphans.
My mother was Korean. And my father was Black American.
That's a very strange thing to put right at the very end of the trailer. Sick. So wait, when did that? Oh geez, yeah, that came out a while ago. Yeah, that's getting added to the watch list. Without a doubt. Is the watch list getting too big? Maybe. Where is it available? Nowhere. Great. Fuck the Prom? That's a movie that you just watched, Ella? I mean, based on that name alone. F the Prom. Oh, is that the girl from Riverdale? Yep. Fuck the Prom is awful. Yeah, but it's got one of the people from Riverdale in it. The vegan. So, like, I'm contractually obligated to watch this.
As I'll ever be. Do you really think high school's gonna be all that different from middle school?
I don't want people to think I'm a loser.
Worst case, you always have me.
What's up, bro?
Wait, what are you talking about, Nick? One last scene in what?
Tidy.
Keeping it clean and tidy.
Oh no. Maddie Danner.
Everyone is on her feed.
Did you guys see Maddie's eyebrows from last weekend? Oh, on fleek.
Oh yeah, that's pretty bad.
What about this one? Go with the football pick.
Yes.
It's more iconic. Like a Taylor Swift song. Oh, you're so right.
Prom is just around the corner.
Why is the name of their school mascot like the Eagles or something?
It's about sex.
Come on, Maddie. G2G.
Uh-oh.
Maddie, it's not what it looks like.
So it's not my boyfriend and best friend making out for some optical illusion of that.
Well, if you believe that, then yes.
Oh my god. Why are you doing this
It's
now?
kind of funny.
I know how much being crowned queen means to you, which only makes me want it more. Now just reflect and listen to my urine hit the water.
I mean, this is kind of funny,
I
yeah.
reflected. My whole life has been a lie.
Maddie, what's wrong?
I hate high school.
Are we sure this is a bad movie? Aside from like the part that Lily Singh was in, which I'm not a fan of, like she's cool, she's fine, whatever,
Why
but
did
that
all
scene
this
was
have to
not
happen
great.
right before prom?
That's it.
What's it?
Prom.
What if we ruined it?
Who would want to help us?
Every kid you and your ex-friends ever made fun of.
The sweat stain on your back looks like the United States of America. I'm posting this.
This is for all the a-holes who destroyed high school for us.
We're in.
We'll make it a night that they never forget.
You gonna take a selfie?
Sweet.
Hold on. We have to take at least 40 or 50 to make sure we all look good.
Go see the letterbox rating?
I
Alright.
could go to prom.
I imagine it'll be like a, what, a 1.8 maybe?
Those tiny whiteies.
Are you high?
A little, but that doesn't mean I don't mean what I say. Welcome to prom!
You guys ready to make this a prom they will never forget?
Hell yes.
I'm so turned on right now.
How do you do this?
39 more. Here we go.
All right, who's Oh yeah, that was Al Borland from Home Improvement. You're right. All right, F the prom. What's everyone's guess for letterboxd rating? Tell me now. Get in the chat and tell me now before I go there. I'm saying 1.9. 1.9. 1.9. Going once, going twice. Sold. Nick, what do you mean there was one last scene, like in the trailer for Miami Connection, and I just clicked away too soon? 2. Junk saying 2. That's pretty close to my 1.9. This isn't Price is Right, though. It's not close without going over. Wait, that would mean that I would have a better shot. Never mind. It is Price is Right rules. All right, and here we go. F the prom. Paul saying 2.3. 1.2. Y'all. I think I was technically the closest, but I did also go over. So, yeah, you clicked too soon. I mean, sometimes that happens. Sometimes I get excited. What can I say? Is Meg Lacey? No. Who's the one from... Yeah, this is the one from Riverdale. She's great. Big fan. Haven't seen a single movie that she's in, but a big fan. Wait, Nerdist Presents? Like, the website? What? Who directed this? Huh. Okay. That's weird. Do you like Riverdale? I liked maybe the first season of it when it seemed like everyone was trying to convince me that it was very similar to Twin Peaks, and I was like, no. No, it is not, but I will watch Riverdale on its own merits. And then I think I fell off of Riverdale after season 2, and then I've just heard recently, like, it's still going, and it's one of the most absolutely ridiculous TV shows on TV right now. So I don't really know, but I really like her, mostly because she is vegan and super cool, and ginger as well. Basically, she is the female version of me. You can see that we look very similar to each other. Definitely both just as attractive. I feel like we would be friends in real life. But I don't think I can add this one to the watch list, unfortunately. Andre, you fell off season 2, episode 1? Fair. I think I made it to the end of season 2 and then maybe a little bit into season 3. But yeah, it's a very poorly written television show, so it was hard for me to stick around. All right, so we watched that and we watched that. There were a couple of other things here. Mostly, this is also coming from maybe CinemaCon, I can't remember. But Neon has revealed dazzling footage from the David Bowie doc Moonage Daydream. And I think, are we getting this one at Cannes? I can't remember. 6 years since starting, Neon has a prime spot at CinemaCon this year, immediately following the State of the Industry speeches. Oh, interesting. Brett Morgan's highly anticipated David Bowie documentary teased more details ahead of its Cannes premiere. The film utilizes over 500 assets to provide unfettered access to Bowie's personal archives with the collaboration of his estate. Anchored by Bowie's own insights, the documentary includes never-before-seen concert and other footage. So this seems like it's going to be great for all the Bowie fanatics. And I am not a Bowie fanatic, but I do really like David Bowie. And if you ever have the opportunity to go see the traveling David Bowie exhibit, I highly suggest you do it. I saw it once in New York. It was great. One of the best exhibits I've ever seen. A clip from Bowie talking about the impression that society was creating the 21st century in 1971 grounds the theme of the simultaneously futuristic and nostalgic perspective the change's singer mused on. Looks like Neon is eyeing a fall release date, which means, this is probably going to be in the running for best documentary at the Oscars, if that's what they're trying to do there. And the fact that it's getting a wide release says to me it's got a very good chance of getting nominated. The film is remastered in 10, 7.1, and 5.1 stems, so each theater can provide audiences with a truly unprecedented experience. Holy shit, a 12.0? That's pretty cool. Also means that I guess for my home theater that I eventually build in the future, it's going to have a 12.0 system. Although, why is it 12.0 and not 12.1? Unless one of the 12 is the subwoofer? Because the 0.1 is a subwoofer. So why wouldn't there be subwoofers for the 12 one? That's weird. Excuse me. I hope with this film is audience find the same comfort and joy and hope that I experience making this film. This is all cool. By the way, okay. This is something to do with restoration that I really think I just need to share with you guys. It's not film related, but it is restoration related, so I think it's fine. So over on the David Bowie YouTube channel, they have been releasing restored versions of his music videos. And I don't see any of them here. But one of them, okay, so this is one of them here. It's the I'm Afraid of Americans music video that also features Trent Reznor from Nine Inch Nails. No lie, that is one of the single best works of restoration I personally have ever seen. And because, of course, the copyrights, I'm not going to play the full thing for you, but I can just sort of show you some of the images. Like here, this first image. This was shot in 1994 on film. Look at that. Look at how good that looks. Look at how crisp and clear that is. Also, God damn it, it froze. Okay, I got it back. Look at how good this looks. We can try to find other examples here. Yeah, look at this shot of Trent Reznor in the background. This is a 4K restoration of a music video that was shot on film. It looks absolutely stunning. Look at the details in this. This is just New York. I believe this is probably Chinatown in Manhattan. Look at the details in this. It's very nice. Very, very, almost no detail loss on this guy's face. This looks like it was shot with a 4K camera. It looks like it was shot with an Alexa, with a macro lens or something. Yeah, I suggest if you're a David Bowie fan, you check out this because I think this is one of the only ones they gave a 4K restoration to. And I don't know why they would pick this one over any of the other ones, but yeah, it's absolutely wild how good it looks. And it looks even better in motion. Maybe I can just play a little bit of it and get away with it. Oh my god. I also like this song because it has Trent Reznor in it. Y'all know me in Nine Inch Nails. Oh yeah, this shot of the cop. I'm afraid of Americans. Incredible. This makes me want to become a David Bowie fan. Ella, do it. Do it. David Bowie's got a lot of good stuff in his back catalog. I'm trying to see if there's any other examples here of other things that they've restored here. They've done remixes. Ooh, David Bowie, Imagine Live in 4K. I wonder what that looks like. Not bad.
I co-wrote that song with John Lennon.
Not bad.
Isn't hard to do.
Yeah. Yeah, that looks pretty sick.
Nothing to kill or
The only bad thing is that, like, for this one, it's a 4K restoration, but it's only available in 1080p, whereas I think for I'm Afraid of Americans, that is actually available to watch in 4K. Yeah, they actually uploaded the 4K version of it. So we were just watching it at 1080p. We were not even watching it at its fullest resolution. And then, yeah, I guess there's some other stuff here they've done as well. I Can't Read, Repetition. They've done these videos, Little Wonder, and I think they just go back through a lot of this stuff. And it seems like this YouTube channel is trying to make a very conscious effort of getting the best versions of David Bowie's stuff online. Ooh, they did Space Oddity. For those of you who are not Bowie fans, this is one of his best songs. Oh, hello, Kat. How are you? Are you a David Bowie fan? This one's obviously not restored, and they might have only had like VHS elements for this remaining. They might not have had the original film elements. Classic. That's about all I'm comfortable playing. And then it looks like they have a bunch of other stuff here too. Hello, Kat. Would you like to come back up here and say hello? Come on. Do you hear David Bowie and come running because you're a David Bowie cat? Oh, big cat. The biggest Bowie fan in the world, aren't you? Yes, you are. Oh my goodness. Such a big kitty. Alright, I guess I should start talking about movies again. But yeah, some of the work they're doing on this channel is pretty remarkable. And even if you're not a David Bowie fan, I think some of the restoration work you can probably appreciate. Yeah, it's a lot of good work happening here. Kudos to them. Kudos to them. And I guess it would be great for the David Bowie doc to catch up on some of the stuff that he was doing and see what he was up to. Hey, 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 hey. No claws, my dude. No claws. All right, come here. Come here. There we go. Took a little wrangling. Just don't dig into his problematic past. Yeah, Bowie has some issues for sure. Ugh. Hey, wait a minute. Why did the record thing stop at 106? Have I not been recording for the last little while? Uh-oh. Rocco. Oh wait, what was I looking at here? Oh yeah. Oh, did Neon release or announce a release date for Crimes of the Future as well as part of this? Because I would love to know how soon after we're going to be able to see it. Okay, let's see. Crimes of the Future will only open in theaters on June 3rd after premiering at Cannes. So, June 3rd, everyone, mark your calendar. That's when we're all going to be able to go to the movie theaters and get totally grossed out. Pretty thrilled. Pretty happy with that. I might just go mark that in my calendar right now. Memories of an Invisible Man trailer. All right, we can do that. You ready for that, Rocco? What is Claudine? All right, Scream Factory TV. This is probably going to be the best version of it. So this is that John Carpenter movie that I'd never heard about before.
It all started on a Tuesday in March.
Oh my God.
If George hadn't introduced me to Alice.
Is that Patricia Arquette? Oh no, that's Daryl Hannah. I knew it was Daryl Hannah.
She hadn't been so spectacular. Maybe I wouldn't have gotten so loaded that night.
10 minutes. It'll be as good as new.
And none of this would have happened.
I mean, if it's a John Carpenter movie, there's a strong chance I'll be into it no matter what.
Next thing I knew, I went from high profile to no profile.
What have they done to me? Wait a minute, who are you guys?
Keep your mouths shut, all of you.
Hey, it's Sam Neill.
You're in a state of molecular flux. If you want to live,
You're gonna have to trust us.
Where have you been? Everybody's looking for you.
I'm here.
Wait, who is that actress?
Sort of.
Where do I recognize her from?
Now there's a price in my head. The single most exotic intelligence.
Oh, I think that was Keiko from Star Trek.
I don't sleep well. I can see through my eyelids. I can see through the top of my head. But I'll never sell out. Think of the adventure we could have together. Oh, yeah, we can go to Frontierland. Don't be afraid.
It's okay,
It's
though.
me, Nick. You want to sit down? If not for Alice,
We're the only people that can give you your life back.
I'd be lost forever.
You have a face again.
You don't have any body makeup, do you? Dropped about 10 pounds. But I'd look great naked. She saw me through it all.
I got him.
This seems like it would be fun.
Chevy Chase.
Morning. Morning.
Oh, Hannah.
Boy, how am I gonna tell my mom about this?
Just tell her you met a guy. Could be serious. He's transparent. Memoirs of an Invisible Man. A John Carpenter film.
I wonder if this was kind of like a make good film or something like that. Like, someone said to Carpenter, like, all right, we'll give you funding for like something you want to do, like Ghosts of Mars or some shit like that. But then they were like, but you got to do this other film for us that we are having trouble trying to find a director for. And he's like, all right, I'll do it. Let's see, Claudine trailer. What is this all about? Claudine trailer, 1974, Black Cinema Club is the name of the channel. All right, let's do it.
Wait a minute. It's 139 Edgecombe Avenue. My name is Claudine Price.
Rupert P. Marshall, 7 o'clock.
Hey, wait, that's James Earl Jones.
Claudine and Rupert are working on a project. A love project.
A love project. Sick.
Maybe. I said maybe.
And while they're working hard to get it together, the world's working harder to keep them apart.
Hello? Miss Claudine Price Lever?
Yeah.
6 kids and 4 rooms.
36 and it ain't old.
It's too old to be messing around.
20th Century Fox presents James Earl Jones
Darth
and
Vader
Diane
himself.
Carroll in Claudine.
This is cool.
Your mama's going on a date, like a nice restaurant, some fine music.
It's gonna wind up chicken anyway.
Mom, it's Miss K back, the social worker.
A little bit of fast motion film.
Well, don't just stand there, honey. Let her in.
This man may be bringing things into your home which you may not be deducting. Now, you know I have to deduct you on those things.
What things? What things, damn it? You have a man come over for dinner, he brings you a bottle of wine. I have a man come over for dinner, he brings me a damn 6-pack. Oh, there are 2 left, Miss K-Back. Would you like a beer?
If you've ever laughed, you'll dig Claudine.
You're the gentleman that's been keeping company here.
Oh, no, ma'am, I'm just a garbage man.
Oh, well, may I have your name, please?
Simpson X, that's it. You've heard of Malcolm X, I'm Simpson X.
If you've ever cried, you'll dig Claudine.
Mama, I'm not a baby anymore.
If you've ever cried, you'll dig
But you're not a
Claudine.
woman either. I'm nothing. That's what I am. I don't know nothing. I don't have nothing. I'm nothing.
If you've ever had dreams, you'll dig Claudine.
I have actually avoided success. Oh, no. You know why? Because when you are successful and rich, people will envy you and hate you. And I want people to love me.
He's got a
If you've
point.
ever had troubles, you'll dig
Look at how much we
Claudine.
hate Jeff Bezos. And Elon Musk.
Cheer up.
And all rich
Couldn't
people,
get
really.
Worse. I cheered up, and the law was right. It got worse.
If you've got heart,
Suppose I do not marry this lady. Now, if I move in with her and do not tell you, then we're both crooks, right? But if I do tell you, then we're back to the income and the outcome and the deducting, and you drive me to drink. And you call a fraud if I spend $7 for a bottle of whiskey.
if you've got soul,
But there's one thing you better know. And that is, I love all of y'all.
if you're young, old, rich, poor, black, white, or green, you'll dig
Oh, Selznick, Joyce Selznick. I wonder if that's related to the other Selznick. Who am I thinking of? Selznick. Who's famous in film and his name's Selznick? I think they might have a An award named after them? Oh, Shinqueen, just going back to Riverdale, you're saying you only watched the first season, but have watched videos about the most recent season and it's nuts? Yeah, I've heard it's nuts too. I think someone explained, like, I heard like one thing about it and I was like, there's no way. But I guess, yeah, there is a way. Selznick? David O. Selznick. Yeah. That's who I was thinking of. Is that one of his kids? 3 children. Republican. Boo. Although maybe that was back when Republicans were not assholes. Who are his kids, though? I don't know if that woman's related. All right, well, whatever. Claudine is in the Criterion Collection. Oh, is it really? Is that a recent ad? Diana Carroll was nominated for an Oscar for Claudine. Oh, sick. Okay. Sounds like I'll dig Claudine. What was the other one? Save the Green Planet? I think I might add Claudine to the watch list, actually. Claudine. By John Barry. Is that on the... No, it's not even on the Criterion Channel. Shame. John Barry also directed... It Appears Like Nothing I Have Seen. Nope. But I guess, yeah, by film popularity, Claudine is his biggest film. Wild. Alright. And what we were going to do up here, Save the Green Planet? Is that what it was? I wonder what Neon is going to acquire from Cannes. Or from Cannes. I have no idea. But we shall see. I think Neon maybe... Like, Neon's not as big as, like, an A24 yet. So I wonder if maybe they'll... Like, they're bringing films to Cannes, but they're not planning on purchasing more. Maybe they will, though. Maybe they've got a budget for a few more. Save the Green Planet trailer. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Don't know what this is gonna be, but it looks fun. This looks terrible quality, though, right off the bat. Wonderful, wonderful. I guess it was a 2003 film, so that's about all we can expect.
처음이야. 우리가 지구를 지켜야 돼.
Ooh, I hear a punk bass line. I'm intrigued. What is going on here?
아니 저 혹시 고양이 안드로메다 아니십니까?
Oh, it's a David Bowie cover. There's a starman. Yeah. Hell yeah. Punk covers of David Bowie in a trailer? I'm in.
발등.
너무 많이 벗겨냈나?
That was a weird looking shot.
UFO다. UFO가 어딨어? 지나갔어요.
왜긴?
네 원래 이름이!
It's a punk cover of Over the Rainbow. Are you sure? Because I thought he heard someone saying Starman. Oh yeah, I think you're right. All right, Josephine, have yourself a good night. Hopefully see you on the Thursday live stream, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That looks fun. Let's look it up on here. Save the Green Planet. Synopsis. I caught a dirty, rotten alien. A young man believes that his country's leaders are actually toxic reptilian ales sent down to launch a takeover of his beloved Earth. So he decides to abduct them and force the truth out on camera in his basement that doubles as a film studio and torture chamber. Wild. Let's see what else the director's done. Nothing else that I've seen, although it looks like maybe Save the Green Planet's on here twice. That's interesting. And it's available on Amazon Disc if you want to do that. Put that on there, sure. That's one that I put in the watch list because I'm like, I'll probably never be able to find this and watch this. So that's a safe one to add to the watch list. Just something that I'll never be able to see. Let's see. Any more CinemaCon news, I wonder? Looks like Black Adam footage has come out. Don't know if we'd be able to watch it, though. Probably not at this point. But it looks like DC is doing their presentation right now. There's been Wonka footage, Timothée Chalamet, so maybe we'll be getting that sometime soon. Oh, it was a trailer. All right, all right. I rented it from Netflix on DVD like 15 years ago. My God. All right, so that's probably going to be a tough one to actually find. Okay, so not much else news from CinemaCon. Just looks like we're going to have some trailers to look forward to eventually. Yeah, I guess we'll have to just wait and see. Really worried about this live stream and whether or not it's recording properly. For those of you who like don't know, I do record the live streams, like all of it, for use later if I want to. Like I usually just end up deleting them unless I record a specific video on it, but I do use them for the framed. And for whatever reason, this thing is saying that like stopped recording at 1 hour and 6 minutes, which is fine, I guess, because it'll still have the framed in it. But I don't know. Yeah, we'll have to see. Hopefully it's okay. All right. Oh yeah, we didn't get to talk about this, but this news came out today. It looks like the film version of Wicked is being split up into 2 parts, which I think is real interesting for a couple of reasons. One of those reasons being that live action adaptations of musicals has not been faring great at the box office. West Side Story didn't do that great. Cyrano didn't do that great. Evan Hansen didn't do that great. There was a lot of stuff that did not do that well at the box office that was a live action musical adaptation. But now, the people who are making the Wicked film have thought to themselves, well, our live action music adaptation is going to be such a hit that we have to split it into 2 movies. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know if there is good logic to be had there, but they seem to be fairly confident about this. And I believe they say here in the article that it'll be coming out in 2024 and 2025, so still a long ways away. But I think the quote here from the director is that there's just too much story for a film. And does anyone here who has any experience with the actual stage version of Wicked, do they know how long like the stage production of Wicked runs? Is it 2 to 2.5 hours? Because I feel like that could be done as a film without losing too much. So I don't know what this means. Like the stage version of Wicked runs 2 hours and 45 minutes. Okay. That's probably getting a little long then. Plus, we also have to remember that for a film like this, they will be adding in an original song to try to get the Oscar for that. What was the most recent film that did that I can remember? Les Miserables did it with Master of the House, I believe, was an original song. So I imagine they'll be doing that. So if that's another like 2 to 5 minutes, you're getting up to 2 hours 50 plus everything else that has to go into the adaptation. So maybe this makes sense and you're cutting it down into like 2 hour 45, like 2 1 hour and 45 minute films. Maybe that will be better for it. I don't know. And I guess you can have the first film end at the intermission, which would be... Oh, wait, Master of the House was part of the original musical? Shit. Was there an original song in the Les Mis adaptation then? Oh, yeah, okay. Sorry. This was that fucking article from Variety I was talking about before. The Northman box office proves the danger of bloated budgets on slick art house films. Bloated budgets. Oh, Suddenly was the new song on Les Miserables. Thank you, Junk. I don't know how you can say that this is a bloated budget. Like, it's $90 million. Like, they... It's so... It just... Shit like this. People wonder why we don't get, like, really great original films anymore. And it's shit like this, man. Like, this is part of it. Obviously, the audience needs to show up and the audience needs to be there. But we cannot, like... We can frame this differently and put this into a positive light if we want to, right? Like, I think I saw someone on Twitter being like, alternative headline, Focus Features takes the brave step of backing an important film that is furthering what is possible in mainstream cinema or some shit like that. Nick here saying that Variety article is blasphemy. Well, I haven't read it. I only know it by the headline. Except for the pesky fact that Northman was 10 times as expensive to produce as your average indie. How much the movie actually costs is up for debate. It's about $70 million. At this point, call it a wash. It's still a massive amount to spend on a very R-rated medieval Icelandic drama, one that is necessarily intended to appeal to mass audiences. Heavily advertised through TV spots, blah, blah, blah. It's already looking like a substantial money loser for the studio. In terms of original content, keeping the budget in check is paramount, says JustBach, a box office analyst with exhibitor relations. If it goes well, you can spend money on the sequel. Fuck. Focus Features mitigated the liability by co-producing and co-financing the film with New Regency, but the Northman needs to become a runaway sensation in foreign markets to avoid drowning either company in red ink. So its total global tally is $23.5 million. In North America, box office sages predicted Northman will end its theatrical run with 30 to 40 million. Critics have championed it. A B Cinema score from ticket buyers means word of mouth will only take it so far. I mean, its word of mouth is pretty positive from what I've been seeing, but that really means the film has a lot of ground to make up internationally. Artistically, The Northman seems to be a triumph, with critics raving about its visual flair and bold vision. For AV Club critic wrote, Edgar's immersive approach and stylistic flair creates one wild, applause-worthy combat scene after another, reminding viewers why he's one of the most unique visual artists working today. Internally, studio executives were thrilled with the film and its critical consensus, but in today's theatrical landscape, traditional Hollywood players cannot responsibly pump that much into theatrical films if they want to make money as well as art. Ooh... So only cheap art gets to get made, I guess. With Focus being a small cog in the publicly traded conglomerate of NBC Universal, it's pretty safe assumptions that they're interested in the former, not only the latter. Other studios has successfully taken chances on less certain commercial prospects, such as Channing Tatum's road trip comedy Dog and Paramount's Gonzo sequel Jackass Forever, because they managed to keep the budgets from getting too outsized. Okay, for one thing, Jackass Forever is a $10 million film because of course it is. It's people punching each other in the dicks. You do not need a lot of money to make Jackass Forever. As for Dog, I don't even know what the budget of that film is. But if they're just going to like represent that as a good example, like it better be a very cheap film. A budget of $15 million. Okay, so it would have with the TJ Cinema math, it would have more than made its money back. So there you go. With The Northman, Focus Features is not accentuating extraneous details like the film's budget or financial results. The studio called this weekend's result a success on every level. We're excited that a film so bold and daring is resonating with audiences around the world. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. It's almost like this should maybe be the spin that this article is trying to take. How much money do you need to donkey punch someone in the wiener? About $10 million. I can only imagine what the budget is on like reconstructing that one guy's dick after all of the stuff that they did to it in that film. I love that movie. But yeah, this fucking art. It's more this headline. Ugh. Ugh. Ugh, I say, with a side of ugh. Looks like we also got Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom footage as well. And that's about that. We'll probably get a little bit more DC stuff later in the evening, but I don't know if I'm going to be around for that. Because, I'll be honest with you guys, I came onto this stream feeling a little tired. But I have been energized by all of you talking and chatting and having a good time with me. So that's been good. That's been fun. I will also say, for those of you in attendance, that I apologize for not more original content coming out on the channel, like the Criterion reactions or the Letterboxd roasts. To be entirely honest with you, I have not been in what I would call an editing mood over the last week and a half or so, except for the framed videos, because those actually do well on TikTok, and I am much more a fan of doing things that people actually like and engage with and enjoy, as opposed to putting, a couple of days of work into a video and having 100 people see it on YouTube. Whereas, this is a video I put up today and it's got 7,000 views. This one I put up a little while ago has almost 200,000 views. God, if fucking TikTok paid, man, I would be so happy. If TikTok even paid on the level that YouTube did, like if the CPM on TikTok was the same, and that's the cost per mile, basically, so the amount of money you make per 1,000 views, if it was the same on YouTube as it is on TikTok, TikTok would just be the job part of this, and the streaming would be fun, and that's it. That would be all that I need. As an example. 197 times 3. So this video right here, with a $300 CPM, or sorry, with a $3 CPM, which is, it probably would end up being higher, to be totally honest, but with a $3 CPM on this video alone, $500, almost $600, and that's really 1 day's worth of work. And if I'm being totally honest here, like a maximum of 3 hours worth of work. And there's a couple of those, this whole profile made like 50,000 views the other day, in 1 day, which once again, if we do, Rocco, what are you doing? If we're doing that, 50,000 times 3, that would have been $150 in a day. But no, TikTok sucks, everything sucks, and it's hard to not feel a little bit discouraged by that. And I'm also currently rethinking the overall direction of the YouTube channel. I know that it is always good advice to like really get into a niche, and that's something that I kind of haven't done yet. And so I've been trying to think about today while watching Sonic 2, if I were to commit fully to a niche, what would that niche be? It seems like the obvious choice would be Canadian cinema, because I don't think there's a lot of people talking about Canadian films on YouTube. But then I don't know how the live streams fit into that if I do that, because the live streams themselves can't just be about Canadian cinema, right? Like it's not broad enough for live streams, I guess. So then does that mean I move the live streaming over to my personal channel and just try to take all of you with me over to there? Or does that mean the live streams stop? But I don't want them to stop because the live streams are fun to do. So yeah, it's weird. It's something I need to think on a little bit more. I'm probably just going to eat pizza and drink beer tomorrow and watch wrestling and probably Dimension 20, which if you are fans of Dungeons and Dragons, you should absolutely watch Dimension 20 content. All my big life decisions happen when I'm watching Sonic the Hedgehog as well. Yeah. I mean, I've been thinking about this for a few days. It wasn't just during Sonic the Hedgehog. But yeah, I just be, I guess, forewarned that I am thinking about a channel overhaul of some kind. I've also seen a lot of advice for YouTube stuff that says you should really concentrate on putting out like longer pieces of content because that's what the algorithm likes the most because it values watch time so highly, which could be a reason why some of the original content I've put out recently just hasn't done as well. I don't want to go to analytics, but yeah, so this guy, for example, the latest Letterboxd burning or roasting, 92 views, right? But it's only a 4-minute film. So would a 6-minute version of the Letterboxd roast do better? That's something I'm going to try out. But, and like to look here, this 6-minute video about Paul Dano, that's got 219 views. So that's obviously doing a little bit better. But is that enough better? And that's all part of it. So, yeah. And this is also, and like the first Gaspar Noé, the first Criterion Closet Gaspar Noé, that's, you know, 85 views on an almost 7-minute film. Yeah. I guess it's just the conflicting information that I get from a lot of this stuff that just annoys me. The shorter Everything Everywhere review, 1,200 views. I think actually that's got some, yeah, it's brought in 5 people, still getting, what, 17, 20 views a day. It's chugging along. It's chugging along. But yeah, Junk, you're right. Ultimately, you have to do what's best for you. Yeah, I know. It's just trying to, it feels like YouTube constantly is like trying to catch a knife. And I wish it was a better platform to work with. I wish it was as simple as TikTok. I never thought I'd say that, but I just wish YouTube was as simple as TikTok. Get a format, refine the format, release a series. You're good. You're good to go. So yeah, it's weird. So I'm still gonna keep live streaming for the foreseeable future. Wow, those subscribers actually went way up from this morning. What happened there? Oh, that might be from the TikTok I put up today that led over here. Well, that's good. That's good to see. Yeah, so like I'm still going to be doing the live streams for sure. Live streams are not ending. But maybe the frame videos become exclusives for the TikTok. George C. Is that George, my pal from BC, George? Yeah, the live streams are still going to continue, at least for now. So we'll see how that goes, and then I'm thinking about if I try to niche down into like just Canadian films, then what does that look like? Is it, you know, top 10 lists? Is it ranking videos for directors? That kind of stuff. I think you can't go too niche. Like I have a buddy I edit for sometimes that does retro gaming videos, and his best performing videos are usually relevant to what's currently popular. Yeah, and there's a way to do that within a niche, right? Like, let's say I do a video that ranks every single David Cronenberg film. I would try and time the release of that with the release of Crimes of the Future in theaters, not at con, but at theaters, because that's when most people will be seeing that and being like, oh my God, that's so fucked up. Who's this David Cronenberg guy? And then they search and they find my video, right? And there's a lot of stuff that goes into like how well my video would rank among search and things like this, but I'm pretty much aware of all of that and how it would work. And I also know that if you go well into a niche that you can do well. Like as an example, and this is one of the things that's kind of got me back into reconsidering the niche of this channel, is a YouTube channel that I found recently that like pretty much only talks about Toronto transit planning. And the guy's got 100,000 subs. Check this out. So this is RM Transit, and I swear to you, this guy mostly just does Toronto-based stuff. Although I guess he's also doing I guess it's more transit in general, but a lot of what he does is dedicated to Toronto. Wait, is not all of it? I mean, yeah, I think he does. Well, I guess it's not all stuff. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, Toronto Transit Planning, I swear. Because he put out a video the other day talking about this plan right here, the Toronto S-Bahn, which is an important transit thing. And I know he's like from Toronto. So I think a lot of his stuff is Toronto-based, or at least some of his stuff is Toronto-based. The Ontario line is a subway that we're getting in Toronto. But yeah, the guy has niched down and has been successful with it. He also has a very particular way of doing his thumbnails, which I'm kind of into. Maybe some videos for TIFF and maybe additional vids that highlights films that when they get a wider release. Yep, that's also a possibility. I just feel like with a film channel, because it's so broad, like all of the people who are allowed to have a broad film channel have been at this for like 10 years, and to make any kind of waves in the film space on YouTube, you do have to go niche, and like probably to an extreme degree. Like I know that there are channels out here right now that are solely dedicated to Dune, as an example. Dune mythology type stuff. If I could find one, I could show you guys. Dune lore? Is it Dune lore? Quinn's Ideas? I think this might be one. What does this guy do? Yeah, like, I guess it's mostly sci-fi here as well. Maybe I'm getting too down into this niche thing, actually. The guy has done a lot with Dune. Although, yeah, Rendezvous with Rama, Dune. I guess well, I mean, in that case, he's gone really into sci-fi, right? Which is, again, a sub-niche of film. And happy the live streams are not ending. Yeah, I'm not going to end the live streams. If anything, like the worst thing that could happen with the live streams is that they would move to my other channel, which currently is not active, but I would give everyone like a very big... a lot of lead time before that change would be made. Because, yeah, I think what I'm seeing right now based on research is that my approach to the channel has perhaps been a little bit too scattershot, like releasing 5-minute videos alongside shorts, alongside doing live streaming. It's like, it's a little too much. It's a little too all over the place, which has me concerned that I'm potentially shooting myself in the foot. So it depends. It depends. And I'm going to think about it a little bit more. I'm going to try to see if there's like a niche out there that perhaps isn't being served right now that potentially there could be something for. I think Canadian cinema is actually an interesting path to look into, because that could easily then branch off into videos and content talking about like Canadians who don't really work with inside the Canadian film industry anymore, like Jim Carrey and James Cameron, Ryan Gosling, Ryan Reynolds, people like that. So there'd still be a way to link in with larger, more popular films, but could also use it as a way, as a platform of trying to highlight Canadian films, use it as an excuse for myself to see more Canadian films and become more involved in the Canadian film landscape. Seth Rogen is another one, Junk. Very, very true. So yeah, something I need to do a little bit more research on, see if there's anyone who's already operating in the Canadian film space on here, if I were to go that route. But yeah, we'll have to see. It's something I need to work on. It's something I need to think about. But I think tomorrow is going to be a pizza and beer day. Got a Liverpool game. Got New Dimension 20 episode. Got wrestling. Sounds like a good beer and pizza day to me. All Jay Baruchel all the time. Yeah, why not? Maybe I'll just do like a Twin Peaks channel. Do a video for every single episode, and then do a video that ranks all the episodes, but break that down by seasons, and then do another video that ranks them all together, and then rank all the characters, and then rank all the directors of all of the episodes, and then try to put together a version of Twin Peaks Fire Walk with Me that combines the missing pieces with the actual film, which I think has already been done, but I'll do it myself, and it'll be real cool. Yeah, like, there's different ways of approaching this. It's just trying to figure out what. And what I can put together, something that I'm already kind of knowledgeable in as well, so I'm not just starting from scratch, which is why Canadian cinema would be a good one. Entire channel on House 1987. I almost watched that the other day. I was very close to it, but I watched Sadness instead because I wanted to watch the Sadness because I want to be able to talk about that on Sunday when I do my film catch up, because that'll be just before it's released wide for everyone on Shudder. So I think that would be a good conversation. Good movie though. Good movie. Can't wait to chat about it a bit more on Sunday. So yeah, so I guess I just want to let at least the people here who are listening to this. That's kind of what's going on with me right now. That's what I'm thinking about. That's why I haven't been uploading new videos to the channel outside of the framed videos. And if you're really into those, then you're probably going to have to go over to TikTok, because I imagine I'm just going to have to stop putting shorts on this channel, because that might actually be screwing me in some way that I'm not really understanding. Did you check out Birth yet? No. Is that... What film is that? Oh, we watched the trailer for it. Oh, yeah, it's that Nicole Kidman one. No, I don't think I was able to find a... I don't think I was able to find a version of it. I don't think it's available anywhere, is it? Birth. Yeah, the Jonathan Glazer film. Yeah, it's not on any streaming services. Was I able to find another copy of it? Let me just double check. You were super psyched about Birth. Yeah. I'm kind of like a kid on Christmas where it's like, oh, I got so much cool stuff. And then they're like, and then they forget about all of it. But thank you for reminding me. Yeah, like I looked for it and I wasn't able to find it. Maybe I'll just do another quick glance while I'm with y'all. I'm fairly certain I looked for it. Birth 2004. Maybe I'll get a virus right now. That'd be fun. Oh. Okay, yeah, there is a version of it that I can get. Well, don't I look silly? Ooh, yeah, a really nice version of it too. Hello. Oh wait, it's a web rip? Ugh. Oh, they're all web rips. Ugh. Blu-ray rips, that's where it's at. Am I right? Am I right? What the shit? Magnet download, dude. Come on. That's an interesting idea, Shin Queen. Maybe you could upload them individually on TikTok and then a bunch of them on YouTube. Just an idea. Maybe for YouTube, try a weekly frame compilation video. Yeah, it's not bad, because that would come out to... What, those are usually 30 seconds long, so that would be 3.5 minutes maybe for the week. I only do 6 of them. I don't do the Saturday one because that's my off day. I wonder if that would get any more traction. It'd be interesting because it'd be longer form, so it wouldn't be in shorts, but it would still be vertical. So I don't know how viewers would respond to that, but that doesn't mean that they wouldn't respond to it. Yeah, maybe I'll try that. Maybe I'll try that. Just as a thing. But once again, it then comes down to, like, what is the niche of this channel? You know, if it turns out to be Canadian cinema, then does doing the frame thing make sense? So yeah, it's going to be one of those things where I need to be maybe a bit ruthless when it comes to thinking about content for the channel, and maybe trying to, you know, do more ranked videos and stuff, things that I wasn't that into doing before, but I'm getting to the point now where I just really need this channel to do some stuff. And going in the classic directions of trying to create more clickable content, the kind of stuff that people are kind of interested in, try to create that FOMO. I was thinking about, like, if I were to do Canadian cinema as a niche, things like, you know, the best Canadian horror films you've never heard of or something like that, and then use that as a way of getting that FOMO, that fear of missing out, while also telling people about Canadian horror films that they've never heard of. Stuff like, Visiting Hours. That's not a film that a lot of people have seen. Could also do one like horror films that you didn't know were Canadian. Prom Night, that'd be on there. For sure it would be. Videodrome, bet a lot of people don't know that's a Canadian film. So, yeah. Did you hear about Olivia Wilde? Don't worry about Darling. New pics just released tonight. Don't worry, Darling. Take a look at that. The other side of this too, which I haven't mentioned, is like trying to turn this channel like even more towards live streaming, which would mean doing more than 3 a week, and how that would look. And if there is a way to build the channel like that, and what would that look like? Excuse me. And so, yeah, that's another thing I've been considering. Like, what if I change the streaming schedule so it's like, say, Monday to Thursday, so it's 4 streams. It gives me 3 days off to actually go see a lot of movies, and then we're just doing stuff like this 4 times a night, Monday to Thursday. I don't know if that works, or maybe a better schedule would be Sunday to Wednesday, because the Sunday live streams are usually pretty fun, and they're a bit more immediate. So, have you tried live streaming on TikTok? I have. I haven't tried it since the audience has grown quite a bit. Like, I've probably gained about 1,700 followers in the last 2 weeks on TikTok because of the frame videos. So I haven't done a live stream since the intro to the Oscars. I'm not a big fan of live streaming on that platform. It seems like a lot of the live streams that I see do well is literally just people like waiting for users to give them money, and then they'll write their names on a board and then say thanks. So I don't really understand how to make a compelling live stream on that thing. But you are able to monetize it immediately. Like, I think I made like 250 TikTok points or something like that on a New Year's Eve stream, which I then double checked and was like, you've just, like, when someone donated to me, I was like, oh my God, is that $250? And then I checked on TikTok and it's like, you've made $1.99 or something. And I was like, oh, okay, great. TikTok is not a great place to make money, unfortunately. So let's see here. So that's an image from Don't Worry, Darling. Yeah, Junk, I also see this here. You saying this is a lot of work, but maybe try a Cronenberg video essay or something too for experimenting on a long format. For that, I was thinking I might try to do like a Cronenberg rank, like every Cronenberg film ranked, because that immediately has to be like a 16 to 20 minute video, right? Like, the guy's directed a lot of films. I've seen most of them, so I would just need to fill in the gaps, and then return to the films that I don't have a very good memory of. So that could be one that I try out. And it's kind of like it's work that I don't mind doing, because it just means I have to watch a lot of movies. That's no big deal. But it also means kind of committing to this idea of not editing certain videos for the channel, like not doing any more of the roasts or the Criterion Closet stuff, keeping that as purely live stream content. And then just spending my off time watching Cronenberg films for like a week straight, which is, not a bad way to spend the week. So yeah, just going back to this, is this the only photo? Because this is the only photo that they have present here. Not really seeing anything else. I don't know if it's been suggested, but people do like top 10 or 5 lists. Yeah, there's also stuff like that. And like the key to those things is creating a kind of FOMO, right? So like, you want to try to do it in a specific way, or at least try to make it intriguing, right? Like, some of the channels that are able to do the best at top 10 and top 5 lists are channels that have been around for a long ass time, and they're kind of known for that, like your Watch Mojos and your Loopers and your things like that. For me to start doing that, that's once again needs to be related to the niche, and if it's Canadian cinema, it would have to be things like, once again, like top 10 Cronenberg films, top 10 films from British Columbia, or top 10 films filmed in British Columbia. That could be something to do. Films you didn't know were, the top 10 films you didn't know were filmed in British Columbia, right? So it's like, ooh, I wonder what films are made in British Columbia. So yeah, that's a possibility as well. Oh, we already got a teaser for this, like back in 2022, eh? Or sorry, in 2021. Interesting. Oh, we got more from Variety here. Maybe this. Okay, so there's some more images here. So there's Florence Pugh and Harry Styles. Excuse me, Florence Pugh Pugh Pugh. Gotta call her by her real name. Okay, so that. Why can't it be Columbia of Britain? Because that's not what it's called. I am a letterist, though. #1 film in BC, First Blood. First Blood. Like Rambo? Really? That's shot in BC? That's sick. That's a great movie. Production, filming. Fraser Valley, British Columbia. Nice. That's awesome. I don't get live streams on TikTok either. I do watch here on YouTube, but you can only you and actually other Canadian YouTuber, Simply Nostalgic. Ooh. You like the Canadian content, eh, Shin Queen? I appreciate that. Who is this person? Oh, it's a beauty and nails one. Maybe I'll do a collab one day where I get her to paint my nails black to match my to make me even more goth than I already am. Ew, Canadian content. Get out of here. CanCon is great shit. But yeah. Actually, can we watch Celine Dion? What do you mean, can we watch Celine Dion? She's been doing more live streams lately. Live streams are great, like especially for someone like her. Like if I just go back to that, yeah, she's got 7.5 million subs. You would know better than I would, like how many people on average are in those live streams, but I'm guessing it's in the thousands at least. In my experience, for usually for live streaming for established channels, you usually get about 1,000 viewers per million subscribers typically. So she's in like the 5,000 to 7,000 range of people watching her live. That would be a pretty massive, I mean, speaking of business, it would be a pretty massive revenue potential. She's focusing more on live streams and videos on her second channel. All right. Honestly, I'm up for more Canadian film focus. Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. And then, yeah, there could be a video like 10 people you didn't know were secretly... 10 movie stars you didn't know were secretly Canadian. And try to avoid people like Ryan Gosling and Ryan Reynolds because we all know they're Canadian. But who else? Who's the secret Canadians? So, yeah. It's kind of just like a state of the channel chat. What I'm thinking about doing, because yeah, I gotta get some stuff going on here, you know, gotta get stuff doing. I know Celine Dion is Canadian. I've known, I literally, okay. I did, what is maybe grade, when would this have been? And George, since you're here, George and I are old friends as well, for those of you who don't know. Since you're here, you will remember the person I'm talking about. His name was Mark. We went to his cabin once, or his cottage, or something like that. And he and I had to do a French assignment in our French class in like grade 7, I'm gonna say. And the assignment was to, using a French to English dictionary, translate a French language Celine Dion song into English. I am so aware that Celine Dion is Canadian. I literally translated one of her songs for a school project. Yeah, I knew Celine Dion was Canadian before Celine Dion was Canadian. It's a good one, Nick. I like that. Rachel is cool, not Celine tier, but she can survive the Canadian purge. Oh, that's good. Hopefully I can survive a long... Bro, I did not sing that song. And you weren't even in that class. Don't even try it. Yeah, no, we didn't sing it. We just said the words out loud, which was awkward, believe me. Death to TJ. Aww. But Rocco can live? I mean, yeah, Rocco would definitely survive the Canadian Purge. He'd probably lead it if we're being totally honest. Damn cats. Yeah, he's looking at me right now like, you right. You damn right. You damn right you're not surviving the Canadian Purge, bitch. That's what he just looked at me and said with his eyes. All right. Guess I'll do one more check of the film news. One more check. Did this thing freeze again? Good lord. What is up with you? Come on. Unfreeze. I think your subscriber goal should be a ranking of Pamela Anderson's filmography. Not a bad idea. You would only die because Rocco would be the one to pull the trigger on you. I mean, I don't think Rocco hates me. I honestly don't think he hates me. I think he thinks I'm pretty cool for the most part. But maybe he does hate me. I don't know. It's hard to tell with cats. One minute they're sleeping on your lap. The next minute they're trying to claw your face because you're not feeding them at a time when they think it's appropriate. So who knows? Who knows? You never learn until the purge begins. It's so ominous. Like, why would that ever be a thing that needs to be said? Oh, there we go. Got it back. Celine Dion should direct Fast X. Yeah, I'd be into that. That would be whack. That would just be whack. Not whack-ass shit. Not wacky. Just whack. Let's see here. Yeah, no other film news really to talk about. So I think I'm going to end the live stream there, everybody. I will, of course, be back on Thursday for the weekend movie preview. Pretty excited for that. A lot of movies coming out this weekend. A lot of movies coming out in limited release, like 12, 15 maybe. It's a lot. Plus that one Liam Neeson film. So come back for that. George saying good stream. Thank you very much, George. Appreciate you being here. Here's a video idea for only old people. Ranking of SCTV cast members' movies. Oh my god. Strange Brew would be in there, right? Hell yeah. I still have my previous question I want answered. What did you ask? Can Ryan Reynolds sing the song to Fast X if Celine Dion directs it? Yes. I guess so. I don't see why not. Junk, you're very welcome for streaming, and thank you so much for sticking around and for being in, and like to everyone, thank you so much for being in the chat, for chatting with me, for talking. It makes the streams all that much better. So as I said, tomorrow's going to be probably a pizza and beer day for me. A day of reflection, a day of watching people play Dungeons and Dragons in a sci-fi setting though, so it's pretty sick. And I mean, it's sick otherwise. Watch Dimension 20, everyone. If you've never like watched any kinds of Dungeons and Dragons, find Dimension 20 on YouTube, watch episode 1 of one of their series, and just marvel at the incredibleness of what they do. 2 to 3 hour videos, but my goodness, are they worth it. If I didn't have to work, I would have joined. It's all good, George. It's all good, dude. Scream 6 going Canadian, dude. Wait, is it really? Like they're doing it in Canada? That's kind of fun. All right, so yeah, I'm going to continue to think about these things. There will be framed videos coming out tomorrow and Thursday, of course. And then yeah, I'm just going to be putting more thought into the things that we've been thinking about and talking about and all that kind of stuff. I got to say, I do really like the idea of trying to highlight Canadian cinema in some way. So yeah, can we watch Jester 3 next time? Sure, we'll watch Jester 3 on Thursday. So yeah, I guess that's it for me. I've said it a few times. But thank you again, everyone, for watching. I appreciate you oh so much. And hopefully I will see you Thursday evening for the weekend movie preview. Until then, have a good one.
Get off my plane.
He's looking at you, kid.
and always shall be your friend.
The Force will be with you, always.
In case I don't see ya. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Hasta la vista, baby.